Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. HIV. Marcus Speaks. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, the very podcast that gives you everything you want, such as in trending topics and all that other good stuff. I would like to welcome you here to my humble abode. We're going to be here speaking about a few things, but before I get into that, let me get into a few personal promotions, and I'll let you guys know what is on the agenda tonight. Now, first things first, I welcome you here, so please wipe your feet on the mat, and please take your shoes off, and kick back and relax, and let's have a good time tonight. As well as this, like this video, subscribe if you are new here, and share this video to your respected social medias, please. I've been asking for probably the past, 2 weeks now. I've been wanting to try to see if I can get 100 subscribers. That was in October. I wanted to get 100 before the end of October. So now I'm asking you this. I don't even know what my subscriber count is right now, but let me check. I'm at 92 subscribers. If I can get 8 people by next Friday, I would be grateful for you guys to do that. And then from there is no I just want to have 150 subscribers before the year is done. That's it. All right. So if I can have 150 before the year is done, I'll be fine. But if I can have 8 before next week, before next Friday for my next stream, I would be highly grateful to all you guys. And with that being said, if you could, this is being streamed on my flagship channel, my main channel, Marcus Speaks, but also have a second channel, which only exclusively has gameplay, live stream footage that I have done recently and within the past. So if you could, click on my thumbnail that you see right now. If you don't know what it looks like this right down there on the left hand corner below this video. Please hit that. If you're not subscribed already, I'm about to walk you through the steps. Subscribe to this channel once you're on this channel, and then scroll down. You'll see my second channel, Marcus Speaks Play. Please subscribe to it, and on the both of them, when they give you the option, hit all. All right, so you can get all of my notifications once I go live. All right. Also, if you would like to come up here and talk to me, you can. I have 3 rules. There are 3 easy rules to follow, and that's it. All right. So, if you want to come up here, hit the link that's pinned in the live chat. If you don't know where it's at, it's the blue rectangle that's sitting at the top of the chat. Hit that rectangle, and then expands, then you'll see a link. With that link, when you hit it, before you hit it, please listen to what my topics are tonight, because that's what we'll be speaking about tonight. I'll allow you to veer off a little bit, but I want to stay contained with the topics that I'm going to be presenting to you guys tonight. So with that being said, what are the rules? The rules are, rule number 1, there's 3 rules. Rule number 1 is you must be on camera at all times, all right? Only reason why I say that is because, I want to know who I'll be talking to, all right? So, you may be saying, well, Marcus, what if I don't want to be on camera? That's fine too. Rule number 2 is, if you don't want to be on camera, that is fine, but you still, to the public. You don't want to be on camera to the public, that's fine. You still have to be on camera back here on the backstage so I can know who I'm speaking with. All right? So, with that being said, when you come back here, you will see that the private chat is open. Within the private chat, you'll see that I have a question posted. Answer that question with your name that is on top of your screen back here, and give me your answer if you do or do not want to be on camera, and then I'll see who it is. Don't make it a conversation back here. I just want to know if you want to be on camera or not, and then when I get to you, I'll let you know. Turn your camera off, all right? So, rule number 3 is important. Please silence all background noise, all right? Silence all background noise, and I will say this, since I'm trying to run at least a semi-professional podcast where my guests come up here and speak to me, I just want to say this one thing, is if you don't have... Okay, well, before I say that, if you have me on in the background, turn me off or turn me down, all right? Or if you have me on your phone, pause the video, come back here, and then just stay quiet until I get to you. Or if you can't, silence your own microphone. I'll see if I can turn you down myself, and then when you come up here, I'll turn you back up. Now, with that being said, the best way for me not to hear myself in the background, if you are playing me from your phone, please have some headphones with a mic ready available with you before you come up here. All right. Also, with that being said, please go to a nice secluded spot in your house or somewhere that's quiet that's in your house, so we don't get any sort of like feedback or anything, any loud noises or anything. If you have a barking dog, please tell him or her to quiet down. Or if you have kids, just tell them, hey, mommy's on the phone, daddy's on the phone, can you please quiet down, all right? All the extra noises, I don't need it, because, I'm trying to run at least a semi-professional podcast. All right, so I got that out the way. Please like this video, share this video, and subscribe if you are new here. All right. Is that it? Oh, also, with the scrolling tick, that is for you to read over. You'll see a gap of space come up that starts everything over. Read over that while you are watching, and whatever it says there, if you have anything for me, or if you want to follow me on my social medias, please do that. And as well, just follow along what's going on with that. And if you guys have watched my show, you know that I like to play videos from various sources. With that being said, I have to follow not only the YouTube guidelines, the YouTube guidelines. I also follow the law. So with that being said, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I use a certain thing called fair use. Fair use allows me to play certain materials from videos or videotapes or video discs or whatever. But I don't want to go through the whole thing. I'll let you know exactly what fair use actually is. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right, that's fair use. You guys now know what fair use is. All right. So, with today's show, I will be speaking about which, if you guys have watched my show, you know that I have a pre-show. The pre-show consists of various topics of things that's going on. And then I do the main show, which is after the pre-show. So we are now within the pre-show grounds. So the overview of this is a VR headset that kills the user if they die in the game they are playing. Also, I will be speaking about Alex Jones owing more money to the Sandy Hook families, as well Kanye West and Adidas will be using Kanye West designs in future what do they call it, campaign that they have coming up. They'll be using his designs of shoes that they basically had that they said that they couldn't sell anymore, but now they're going to be rebranding them to Adidas brand. Excuse me. And then what else do I got going on tonight? What's this? The SNL writers said that they are going to boycott today's episode because Dave Chappelle is hosting. And then with the main show, I have Shaq exposed for the fraud he is, and more on the Kyrie Irving situation. So that's what I got tonight. All right. So, with that being said, let's get into today's show. So today's show, the first thing that I have is the VR headset that kills. Now you may be asking, well, Marcus, what the hell does this mean? Like if I buy a VR headset and I die in a game and it kill me? No. If you buy a particular one, which is the one that you are seeing right now, and you die in a game, it then kills you in real life. But let's go over the video first, and then I'll speak about it within the article that I have. So with that being said, let's get into it.
Palmer Luckey, the man who invented the Oculus. And he just invented a new type of headset called Nerve Gear. But this is no ordinary headset. Let's say you're playing your favorite game and you die. The death then triggers the headset to send a bunch of charges into your forehead that will literally explode your brain. Now, if you're like me, you're probably thinking, why would anyone want to do this? And where did Palmer Luckey even get this idea? Apparently, the original idea comes from an anime called Sword Art Online, where kids battle in VR, and if they die in real life. The headset isn't finished yet, and Palmer said he's only designed the part that kills you, which is pretty alarming if you ask me. This idea of death VR is not a new concept for him. About a year ago, Palmer tweeted, "The concepts of video games with physical consequences as severe as death are a sci-fi staple. Given the popularity of motorsports, extreme athletics, athletics, etc. Why? I think he sort of has a point here, but the people who do extreme athletics are used to that risk. I don't think a gamer can even comprehend dying in real life because of a mistake they make in game, while people who do extreme sports are very aware of that risk.
Okay, so you now heard what's going on. So, do you believe it? Honestly, with me, I don't know. Well, this is one thing I have to say before we get into today's article by Vice. Um, it's kind of resemblant to well, that anime that they showed, I've never seen it. I'm not really a anime guy. But if you guys remember Black Mirror, the episode where the guy is a tester and he was supposed to remove his phone from his pocket because just in case if it went off, it interacts with the headset to where like it'll fry his brain or whatever, or it would keep him locked in the game or whatever, and essentially it killed him or whatever. So a lot of the Black Mirror episodes are kind of coming to life if you look at it. Like a lot of them that you've seen on there, such as like the killer robot dogs, that's coming into existence. I don't know if they'll be killing, but I know that the design that they used in the show is the exact design that certain scientists are using for their robotic dogs and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested in watching Black Mirror, if you haven't already watched it, go on Netflix. I believe it's 3 or 4 seasons on there. Type in Black Mirror and have a ball because you'll start to understand what the hell I'm talking about. Now, today's episode or today's article comes from Vice, and it says the man who created the Oculus Rift has invented a virtual reality headset that will explode the forebrain of a user who dies in a video game. Palmer Luckey, defense contractor and the father of modern virtual reality, has created a VR headset that will kill the user if they die in the game they're playing. He did this to commemorate the anime Sword Art Online. Lucky is the founder of Oculus, a company he sold to Facebook in 2014 for $2 billion. This is the technology that Mark Zuckerberg rebranded as the foundation for this. The technology that Mark Zuckerberg rebranded as the foundation. Oh, why the hell did I just reread that? Mark Zuckerberg rebranded as the foundation for Meta. Lucky's killer headset looks like a Meta Quest Pro hooked up with 3 explosive charge modules that sit above the screen. The charges are aimed directly at the user's forebrain, and should they go off, would obligate the head. Hold on. Obliterate, the head of the user. The idea of tying, excuse me, the idea of tying your real life to your virtual reality avatar has always fascinated me. You instantly raise the stakes to the maximum level, and force people to fundamentally rethink how they interact with the virtual world and the players inside it. Lucky wrote in a blog post explaining the project. Pumped up graphics might make a good Pumped up graphics might make a game look more real, but only the threat of serious consequences can make a game feel real to you and every other person in the game. According to Lucky, the anime and light novel series Sword Art Online made people interested in virtual reality, especially in Japan. In SAO or SAL player. Sword Art Online. So SAO. Excuse me. Players put on a what's it called? A Neve Gear virtual reality headset and log into a new game called Sword Art Online, only to discover a mad scientist has trapped them in a virtual world. The players have to fight their way through a 100-floor dungeon to escape. If they die in the game, they die in real life. Lucky published his post about the killer headset on November 6th, the day the Sword Art Online went live in the world of the game's fiction. That's weird. The good news is that we are halfway to making a true nerve gear. The bad news is that so far I only figured out the half that kills you. Okay, that's also weird. Lucky said, in Sword Art Online, the nerve gear kills players with a microwave emitter. According to Lucky, the device's creator was able to hide from his employees, regulators, and contract manufacturing partners. I am a pretty smart guy, but I couldn't come up with any way to make anything like this work. Not without attaching the headset to gigantic pieces of equipment. Unable to make the perfect recreation, Lucky opted for explosive module charges. He tied them to a narrow band photo sensor that detects the headset views as specific red screen that flashes at a specific frequency. When a appropriate game over screen is displayed, the charge is fired, instantly destroying the brain of the user. Lucky said. Lucky said that he used 3 explosive charges. He usually uses for a different project. Lucky didn't specify which project, but he is also the founder of Adrenal, weapons and defense contractor, which has won massive contracts with the government and that is already developing loitering monitors. Or having trouble with the word. Hold on. Munitions. Developing loitering munitions, anti-drone tech for U.S. Special Forces and underwater drones. Lucky wrote that he wants to keep tinkering. I have plans for an anti-tamper mechanism that, like the nerve gear, will make it impossible to remove or destroy the headset, he said. Even so, a huge variety of failures could occur and kill the user at the wrong time. This is what I have not worked up the balls to use it myself. So who the hell is he using it on? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, who the hell is he using it on if he's not using it on anybody? Like, how does he know that these charges will explode at the exact time that they need to? Like, this guy, I don't know. Hold on, let me keep reading. Where was that? Despite betting big on defense contractors, a piece of Lucky will always belong to virtual reality. At this point, it is just a piece of office art, a thought-provoking reminder of unexplored avenues in game design. He said of his killer headset. It is also, as far as I know, the first non-fictional example of a VR device that can kill the user. It won't be the last. This guy's crazy. Basically, basically what I've read. This dude's crazy because he wants. Why do you want to develop something like that? Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. Hold on. Sorry, I had this. I had this music in my ear all loud. I'm sorry, but it was probably loud on y'all's side as well. So sorry. This dude's crazy for this simple reason. Why the hell do you want to make a device like this? Like, what sparked your interest to where you was like, hey, you know what's not out right now? Games that kill, and I want to make it. Like, you want to make the device that allows a game to kill you. Like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? This is what smart people do when they don't have any more options and no more ideas. This is exactly what the fuck Bill Gates is doing right now. He's thinking about world domination and killing people through food. That's exactly what Bill Gates is up to, and vaccinations. But with that being said, this is what happens with smart, rich people that have no more ideas and not a lot of time on their hands to create something that isn't this. So I'm pretty sure some dumbass, whenever this comes out, if it ever comes out, I'm pretty sure some dumbass will buy it and we'll hear that this dude's head got blown the fuck off in his apartment. So I really feel no sympathy for this guy making it, nor any fool who thinks that this shit will be cool to use in the future. So fuck them. Next on the list, Adidas will continue to sell Kanye West shoe designs without the Yeezy name. Article from CNN. So this is what's going on with this. Adidas is some assholes for this, but let's see what's going on.
I guess they got to make that money back. It said Adidas plans to release Yeezy shoes, but under a new name with no affiliation with Kanye West. I can confirm that Adidas is the sole owner of all design rights registered to existing product, as well as previous and new colorways under the partnership, and we intend to make use of these rights as early as 2023. Yeah, they definitely took a loss. It said the Yeezy line was a key product for Adidas, and the fallout has hurt the company. Yeezy products generated nearly $2 billion in sales last year for Adidas, accounting 8% of the company's total sales. The line also helped Adidas get shelf space at major retailers and brought new customers into the stores who purchased other Adidas merchandise. Ending the partnership cost Adidas more than $250 million in profit and $500 million in lost revenue, according to the company said Wednesday. Damn. So no wonder Adidas was one of the last people to cut ties with Kanye West, because Kanye knew how much money he was bringing them. He even said it in the Drink Champs interview. He said, I can say anti-Semitic shit and Adidas still won't drop me. Because if you think about it, yeah, nobody is really rocking Adidas like that. Like,
Well, I do. I like Adidas shoes. Uh, BD, I will get to what you just said in just a moment after the video gets done. So hang tight.
As far as their shoes, that is, because people wear a lot of Adidas clothes in the gym to play basketball. But as far as shoes, people don't really care about Adidas like that. So when Kanye signed with Adidas, that's when their brand started blowing up crazy. They started being in major retailers all around the world. And just like they said, when you go in there to buy Yeezys, you can probably buy some Adidas clothes. You probably buy book bags, accessories. You're not probably just not going in there just to get the Yeezys. You're gonna buy other stuff. So that was just boosting their brands up. So they took so long because they was like, man, if we really in this deal with Kanye West, we're losing out on so much. But because of the public pressuring them, like, we're in boycotting Adidas, we're no longer buying Adidas until I cut the deal. They had to cut a deal. This shows you it's not about anti-Semitic. It's not about hate speech. It's about customers and public outrage. If you get enough people to have a public outrage against your product, you are forced to appease them because them are the people that's bringing in your money. But I'm pretty sure if Kanye West not attached to it, it's not gonna sell how it used to sell. But I feel them trying to get any amount of money out of this deal. But in my opinion, it's not gonna work, man. What y'all think about this about B?
All right. So before I get into what the guy on the screen said, I'll get into what Big Dicky said. So, Big Dicky, you said Kanye should sue Adidas. Yes, he should. But also, this is what I pointed out when I spoke on Kanye West. It was called the series was called The Amazing Week of Ye 1 and 2. You can both see this on the Marcus Speaks Live playlist. It should be one of maybe the first, not the first video, because this will be the first video, but look maybe 3 videos down. You'll see the first one, then the second one. So, I said in that with the contract that Kanye West signed, he is still, even though that they dropped him, he's still guaranteed the money of which is allotted to him for his product. So if they sold Yeezys the month of him being dropped from Adidas and months prior, because I believe within the fashion world, the like when you're selling shoes and clothes and stuff, it's like a 6-month difference from when I guess you get like when you get the payout or something like that. Like that's the reason why I believe it's like every 6 months is like a new collection from somebody. Like I don't know, you named the star. So and so has a Vera Wang collection coming out. So Vera Wang basically made designs of clothes to sell with or hold on, what am I saying? So Vera Wang basically made clothing that both the company and whoever that they partnered with agreed on. So basically the same with Ye. He had designs of shoes that he partnered with Adidas with, and those designs they agreed upon to sell. So within whatever amount of time that payment is issued, Kanye still is owed the money, because in the contract, I'm pretty sure it says it is guaranteed, or whatever it will say, that he will get said amount of whatever amount of dollars that they or whatever percentage of sales that they offer him. So Kanye still got money coming if he hasn't already gotten the payment. And he also, yes, I do agree, he should sue. He should sue Adidas for not only dropping him, but now selling these designs that him and whatever designers he worked with came up with. Like, I feel as though that he should be um he should be allotted that money. He should be guaranteed that money, and there should be no ifs, ands, buts about it. Like, he should have the money that is owed to him. That's just what I believe. So, with that being said, let's get into this article. It's from CNN. So it says Adidas ended its sneaker partnership with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, last month after the musician's anti-Semitic tirade. But Adidas will continue to sell the lucrative sneaker and apparel line stripped of the Yeezy name and branding. The company said it's the sole owner of all Yeezy line design rights for both existing and future colors and variations. Selling the sneakers under Adidas branding will save the company about $300 million in royalty payments and marketing fees. So, this is what I'm talking about here. So, these royalty payments, which will go off to the Yeezy brand, right? But still, Kanye has money coming. I believe so. I could be wrong. Like I said, like I say at the end of every show, do your own research, because I could be wrong. But I feel as though that Kanye will have money coming and money in the bank after this whole thing. So, going forward, we will leverage the existing inventory with the exact plans being developed as we speak. Adidas finance chief said Wednesday. Harm uh, O'Meara, I guess is how you say it. Uh, the Yeezy line was a key product for Adidas, and the fallout has hurt the company. According to Morgan Stanley, Yeezy products generated nearly $2 billion in sales last year for Adidas, accounting for 8% of the company's total sales. The line also helped Adidas get shelf space at major retailers and brought new customers into the stores who purchased other Adidas merchandise. Ending the partnership cost Adidas more than $250 million in profit and $500 million in lost revenue. So most of that money probably went to Kanye. Not only for the boycott from most people who are, who back Kanye like myself, but just hearing that, people hearing that you're going to drop one of your most lucrative players in your Adidas brand, why the fuck will we buy any more Adidas products? Like, I'm kind of upset because I wear Adidas. Like, Adidas has been my favorite shoe since I've been 8 years old. It's been my favorite shoe, and I never could get them for some reason. For some reason, people always thought that I wanted to wear Nikes. Like Air Force Ones, I liked. What's the other Nike shoe? The Cortezes, I like those as well. But what I really wanted as a child was some shell toes, because I was hip hop, so I wanted to wear shell toes like all of my other old school favorite rappers. So never could get them when I was younger until when I was working age. So that's when I bought my very first pair of Adidas myself, because I kind of grew up a little poor as well. So there's that. But with that also being said, I'm kind of conflicted now, because I side with Ye, and also I like wearing Adidas shoes, so it's like I'd rather side with my people more than buy a shoe. Which the shoes, the Adidas shoes I have, they're clean. Like they've been clean since I've bought them. So it's like I don't really have to go out and buy another pair until all of these pair don't function as usual. So I'm good for right now, but it still makes me kind of look bad by having those shoes on. So, I'm I'm in some sort of like limbo as far as me planning what the fuck's gonna be on my feet, whatever. Uh so moving on. Um where was I? On Tuesday, Adidas said it was appointing a new CEO, tapping the head of Puma to succeed outgoing CEO Casper Roysted. Norwegian Norwegian born. How the hell do you say this guy's name? Norwegian Bajor Golden, 57, will become CEO of Adidas next year. He will have to find ways to replace Yeezy's sales and turn around the brand. Adidas stock has dropped around 80%, which is bad, in the last 2 years. It would be a mistake for Adidas to continue selling the line, said Darcy Jupe, an apparel analyst at Global Data. It should refrain from relaunching items under its brand as they will always be synonymous with West, and this would likely result in muted customer demand, he said in a note to clients. Okay, so on the topic of Ye, people, he had a message to the industry that he doesn't care about the oath taken. So this is the oath. We're getting in conspiracy territory at this point. What I'm talking about. So I talked about Ye and what Adidas is about to do. So following all of this, I've covered Ye, I've covered Kyrie. This is probably my, I don't know, third week covering Kyrie. I covered Kanye for 2 weeks. This is the third week I'm covering Kyrie again, but with Shaq being kind of like in center stage, but Kyrie being on left stage, Kanye being on left stage. But we still have to talk about what's going on because this is still a big topic or whatever. So Kanye spoke to some TMZ reporters when it comes to what the industry does to its artists. And this is what Kanye had to say.
It's scary. They can't control you. They can't. They try to suppress you, but that's how they try to categorize.
They can't control me. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq. They can control Charles Barkley. They can control LeBron James. They can control Jay-Z and Beyonce.
But not you, man.
But they can't control me. You see, it ain't no name I won't name. It's up.
Not you.
You know what I'm saying? And just for Minister Farrakhan, I love you, but the way you read that, I took that as a slight. You know what I'm saying? I'll take.
Now, what he's saying here, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan had an address Thursday morning about Ye and Kyrie. So this is what Kanye is referring to. Why he felt slighted for the minister bringing him up, I don't know. He didn't really say. He just wants to have a sit down talk with Minister Louis Farrakhan about what he was saying with the crusade that he's on right now. Kanye has the right to feel this way if he feels as though that the honorable minister did slight him in some sort of way. To me, it probably was the statement that Minister Louis Farrakhan said when he brought up Kanye of being more than just a rapper. Kanye probably felt slighted because he didn't bring up designer, producer, whatever label that Kanye feels as though is suitable for him. I feel as though that's where he feels slighted on. Now, everybody is entitled to what they want to be called. So I'll leave that up to Kanye and the good minister to talk that over if Mr. Louis Farrakhan wants to talk to him. But I feel as though that minister, if you want, hold on. To Kanye, sorry, I said the minister, but to Kanye, I'm pretty sure the minister didn't try to slight you in any sort of way. He probably was just trying to, big you up. Like, this is my brother. I feel as though that he's this, that, and the third, and whatever. But, we'll have to allow Kanye and the minister to sort that out. What you say, Big Dicky? I would never buy Yeezys because they are too expensive, but I support Kanye because they are trying to cancel him for saying things they don't agree with. I agree with that as well. So back into the video.
Disrespect from nobody. So let's get on the phone and let's talk that out. I don't care who you are. I ain't taking no slice from nobody, right? I ain't taking no slice from nobody. It's God. That's the only person that I serve. My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed. You understand?
Ooh, did you hear what he said? This is the very point where, if you believe in the conspiracy of, all actors, singers, rappers, entertainers of all sorts are in this cabal called the Illuminati or whatever the hell you want to call them, right? And it's this oath that they take to where they would never spout out the secrets of whatever the fuck. That's probably the reason why we haven't heard no more of Giselle Maxwell nor Jeffrey Epstein's list of people that we know were on the list because they was on the flight log. But they will never come out with these names because some way or another that's breaking the oath of which they all took. Now, Kanye has now came out and said, my mother was sacrificed. What does he mean by this? Well, it's a speculation that a lot of people have had for years now, ever since her death. And then, Kanye starts acting out a character to what we believe was him acting out a character. Then he goes on Drink Champs and then tells us in ways, yeah, I was acting out a character after my mom died. He also said it in a song as well. You know what I'm saying? And probably a few songs or whatever. But this is actually him coming out and saying, hey, yo, they sacrificed my mom to appease some sort of blood sacrifice of some sort. Now, I'm all for conspiracies. I love listening to them because it gives a different perspective of how you look at things. I love it. Whatever. Nor do I disagree with what Kanye's saying right now. Because, like I said, this has been a speculation amongst conspiracy theorists for years that Kanye West's mom some way, somehow got sacrificed so he could be a bigger artist. You just got to look at some of the names of family members or people that they know who are close to stars who have been sacrificed in some sort of way. You have Jennifer Hudson. Her family got gunned down in her Chicago, well, not in her Chicago home, but in her family's Chicago home. Bloodbath. Even like the person who came in and shot everyone, shot the children as well and killed them. You got Jennifer Hudson. You got Kanye West with his mom. You got Dr. Dre, which he brings up Dr. Dre as well. Well, let me play that right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Michael Jordan, what about him? His daddy.
As we all know from what we heard in the Last Dance documentary, Michael Jordan said that his dad was found on the side of the road in his car, which they believe that, you know, he pulled over because he was tired and he wanted to take a nap. Somebody drove past, shot him, killed him, dead. Somehow Mike goes off and he wins 5 championships back to back, and no one can really look at like, well, how the fuck did that happen? And why wasn't his, brain, who knows? All the conspiracy, right? Says another name. Sorry. He says another name.
Right? Bill Cosby, his son.
Now, with that, he says Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby's son died. Where? Same way Michael Jordan's dad died. On the side of the road. But this point, I believe, what's Bill Cosby's son's name? I think Bill Cosby's son's name is Ennis. Ennis Cosby. Ennis was on the side of the road. I believe he was either asking for help to help him change his tire, or he was having like car trouble. That's the reason why he was on the side of the road on like a busy highway or something like that. Somebody hits him while on the side of the road, kills him instantly, right? The speculation behind that is Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC back in the 90s. He thought that there's not a lot of positive black sitcoms or shows on television. So how about, since NBC is up for sale or they need help with their ratings, well, why don't I just buy the company and then start rolling out these shows? Well, we then get, which nobody ever talks about, Cosby's son dies first. After that, we get a mysterious woman comes out of nowhere and says that Bill Cosby is my father and whatever. This happened a long time ago. Nobody really remembers this at all. This happened back in like the mid to late 90s. This woman just comes out of nowhere and says, I want to reconnect with my father, Bill Cosby, but he doesn't want anything to do with me. And then it was this big scandal or whatever. This is also around the same time Bill Cosby was trying to buy NBC. Again, he says another name.
Right? Dr. Dre, his son.
So, Dr. Dre's eldest son. This is... Well, no, wait a minute. That was a daughter that they had in no. Or was it his son? I can't remember. But in the NWA story, the movie, there's a woman that he's with before he gets big. He's living in the house with her and all that, and he's trying to provide. I believe it was a daughter in that movie. But anyway, his eldest son, which one of his sons he didn't talk to, the one son that he had with the singer, what's her name, Michelle or A or whatever. So they had a son together as well. I don't know if it was that son, but it was one of his eldest sons that died. This was like back in like the early to mid 2010s or whatever. So what happens from there? Well, Dr. Dre was already a millionaire. He had some headsets, some earphones that he then sold to who? Apple. Apple is now, which was at the time, they was $1 billion industry, company. They are now a $1 trillion company. So these are all like speculations. These are all conspiracy theories of how these people gained their riches by taking the oath and all this other stuff. Which people are saying Kanye broke the oath at this point by stating they killed my mom. So, with that being said, by him saying that, in a way, is he telling the truth or is he not telling the truth? Because that was the speculation that a lot of people have said through the years that Kanye well, can I say that for real? Well, here was the speculation. I'll go with the speculation. The speculation was that Kanye, if you remember, Kanye West's mom went in for I believe it was a breast lift and either a tummy tuck or a liposuction. And now Kanye West said he wanted with one of his albums to put the doctor, the surgeon that worked on his mom as one of his album covers to show the people who this person was that killed his mom. But if you guys have listened to the 911 call that was made for Miss Donda, by ways, I don't know if it was family members or whatever, but the dispatcher asked the one of the ladies that was on the phone, is she sitting up? Now, we don't know where these women came from. We don't know if they're family members, friends, or people she met while, being around her son, and either they introduced themselves or some way, somehow at an event they introduced themselves. We don't know who these women are, but we do know that they were at Miss Donda's side when she started going through convulsions and coughing and stuff like that before it led to her death or whatever. So that is the that is the speculations that's out there as far as when it comes to these conspiracy theories. But I'll let Kanye I'll let Kanye finish.
Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize. And God loved me. You understand? They hit me. Gap, Adidas, all that away. Still, Forbes, who hate me, right, had to write net worth 400 million. Jesus is king. God loved me.
Now, I said this as well. Kanye was at what, like a 1.9 billion? His net worth was 1.9 billion. Then they dropped him to 400 million. I also told you guys that Forbes is a for-profit company, and I also asked you guys, how the fuck does Forbes know anybody's net worth if your net worth is tied into assets and properties? That's it. Your net worth does not consider liquid cash at all. So, what we do know, Kanye West has properties in California, in Wyoming, and I believe in Miami and probably Chicago. So, how's it that he's at 1.9 billion? Then drop to 400 million if, number one, Forbes is a for-profit company, number one, and number two, how do they get their accurate results of someone's, net worth? Like, how do they know this? Because the only way you can know that is if you know their assets and what companies that they are shareholders in, and also what other businesses they have and how much money it makes every year. As we know, Yeezy's made $2 billion a year, or last year said it made $2 billion. Then on top of that, let's put on his STEM player, which made a lot of money. Then you have his music. Then you have whatever other businesses that he is vested in. We don't know how much money Kanye West net worth is. We just know that him saying, "I'm the first black billionaire. I'm the first billionaire rapper," right? We don't know how much Kanye West is worth right now. He could be still back at that 1.9 billion. The 400 million that they probably knocked him off was probably just 400 million that got taken away from him. So he's probably at a 1.5 billion dollar rapper, entrepreneur, all this. Like, he's probably still worth $1 billion. We don't know. You can't just go off of what Forbes says. They're a for-profit company. They need to make their money some way, somehow, and you do that by also lying. So, let's just take it as that Forbes doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, with that, hold on. Let's finish this and then I'll.
That's more important than thinking in life.
That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? And this truth is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all Puffies, y'all Lil Boozy, none of these names, none of these people that have to listen to y'all because they have legal. I never killed nobody, right? I'm the pussy that never killed nobody, right? But that means I can say whatever I want and not go to jail.
All right, like, subscribe, and share the content.
All right, so with that being said, that's just part of the video. I believe I have the whole video. I believe if I didn't delete it, I do have the full video. So I will move this up. Or I believe I have more on what he said. I don't think I have like the whole video. But here's it says Ye alleges foul play with his mother, and this is basically what he said, what he just said just a little while ago. So I'll replay it so you guys can hear it again.
God, that's the only person that I serve. My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed.
Me too.
You understand?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Michael Jordan, what about him? His daddy, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. Out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize. And God loved me. You understand? They hit me. Gap, Adidas, all that away. Still.
So he said. So I showed you guys of him saying it again. Now there's a white guy who basically agrees with what Kanye has been saying. And he also brings up names of which Kanye has named, but he goes into full depth in about 3 minutes about these characters. Let's get into that.
I've been looking into some of the people that Kanye West has been mentioning on some of the recent podcasts he's been on, like Irving Azoff, Barry Weiss, who is one of the architects of Britney Spears' meltdown, Doug Morris, Paul Rosenberg, one of Eminem's managers, Rick Rubin of Def Jam, Liar Cohen, Lucian Grange, Monty Lipman, and Jerry Heller, who promoted NWA and gangster rap. And
So, what do all of these people have in common? Well, they're all in the music industry, most of them, and they all have some sort of hand in either superstars going through meltdowns, drug abuse, or us calling them crazy for some reason. Or they manufactured gangster rap, or you name it. These guys have all, in some way, of what Kanye West said, all contributed to some way, somehow, to your superstars that we all love. Some way, either melting down, us calling them crazy, or them abusing drugs in some sort of fashion. How is this always the playbook with almost any artist or star you can think of? Why is this always the thing? Well, you have those people or these people to blame. I'll let them continue.
a lot of music about shooting people, a lot of music about doing certain things to women. And this is something that Kanye talks about a lot. This is something that a lot of rappers and famous people talk about a lot. The promotion of genocide, which it literally is this: the promotion of murder, the promotion of sin, the molding of a culture through a popular culture that they literally invented themselves.
There is no Jewish media cabal mafia. That is a figment of either your imagination or a projection of a prejudice. Okay, you may have had bad business dealings with people. It's about those people. It's not about.
Now, who's he speaking of? Well, Kanye West had a chart, of which I showed last week. You guys can look at that video. I'll have it some way, somehow, either in the cards at the end, or I'll put it up here. Well, these are the cards. I'll either have it in the end screen, or I'll either have it in the cards that pop up over top of me, whatever, right? So I showed that chart. In that chart, the chart on its right side has all these companies, you name them, CBS, Disney, whatever company you can think of, that the company's on there. Also has a what's it called, a legend down at the bottom that basically says either if they're married to an untouchable Khazarian or Ashkenazi, if they are one, which it has a color set on there of if they're married or whatever, like it has like some symbols if they're married or whatever, 2-1 or what have you. And the untouchable Khazarian Ashkenazis were in red, and that whole fucking chart was lit up in red. And then if you look at the names, you'll either see asterisks or lines or something next to their name, because they're either married to one or what have you. So, I believe this is Chris Cuomo. I believe Chris is a part of the cabal as well, and he won't come out and say, because he's still with them people and he wants to get back in the good graces of them people. Because basically, if you look at it, it's kind of what Patrice O'Neal said like 10 years ago. If you look at the entertainment industry as a beast, right? You got people in line that want to get into the beast's mouth. That's, so if the beast grabs you, like, that's when you're on your way up to superstardom. People know who you are. Like, you're everywhere. People know about you. Then when you get into the beast's mouth, that's when you look at it, when we eat food, what are we doing? We're mashing the food down so the food can be suitable for our stomach to digest, basically, right? So let's look at us crushing and whatever the food in our mouths. Let's look at that as molding. When we're in the beast's mouth, that's when they're molding you up to what they want you to be. And then Patrice O'Neal says the place where people want to be is in the belly of the beast, because that's when you get $100 million an episode on any show that you're on. You get $100 million for being in movies and stuff like that. That's where everybody wants to be, is in the belly of the beast. He said the worst place for you to be is coming out of the beast's ass, because when you get shitted out, that's when you go through exactly what Kyrie Irving and Kanye West is going through right now. Basically get shitted on to the point to where people start to hate you. And with that also being said, people want to cancel you for whatever the fuck you say. What's going on right now? They're trying to cancel Kanye and Kyrie Irving. For what? For saying some stuff that is true, but they don't want out there because it makes them look bad. Now, to Chris Cuomo was in the belly of the beast. He got shitted out for some scandal. He's back in line, trying to get picked back up by the beast so they can show him again, so he can rise back up through the ranks, so he can get molded again, so he can be right back in the belly of the beast. Who knows if he'll ever work in corporate news again, but who cares? But let's continue with the video.
Religion of faith.
First of all, it's not just a religion. This is a major trick. Most of the people that Kanye West is talking about are irreligious. In fact, a lot of them identify as atheists. Sarah Silverman is a perfect example. She identifies as a part of that group of people, but also identifies.
I'll give you a few more names. It was about a year or two ago. So Vlad TV, if you guys know who DJ Vlad is, on Vlad TV, Vlad got into a disagreement with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan because he took his words wrong back in 2020, I believe it was, when he gave his last speech in the garden of the of Mas Mariam. So he gave his last speech that he will ever give. That's when he basically gave his what do they call that in stage acting? I guess that's his big encore. He gave his big encore speech or performance that he did in the garden. That was his last speech that he said he would ever do ever. So the Honorable Louis, the Honorable shit. Why am I always fucking up this? The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, he doesn't give speeches now. He usually just gives his 2 cents on things now. It's not really much speeches. Like what he did Thursday wasn't a speech. It was just him putting his 2 cents in to what he believes it was right and wrong. And he mostly basically was like, I agree with everything that these two black men are saying because this is what I've been teaching for years now. So why they're doing this to these men, I have no idea, but it should stop now. And these men are not the monsters that the Khazarian Ashkenazis are telling you that they are. And there we have it. So let's continue on the video.
As atheist. So how does that make sense? And actually,
I'm sorry, I never got into what I was gonna say. Okay, so DJ Vlad got into a debacle because he misunderstood what the minister was saying. So he had two frequent guests that follow the minister and respect the minister. They go by comedian Godfrey and what's his name? He was from, okay, I gotta look this up. It is Lord Jamal. So Lord Jamar and comedian Godfrey got into a basically a disagreement with him. Basically saying, "Hey, yo, my man, like you misunderstood what the minister was saying. The only thing we would like for you to do is just apologize. That's all we want. You apologize. You're back in our good graces. That you misunderstood." A couple of ministers that frequent Vlad TV also said the same thing. He said they said, "We see that you misunderstood the minister. We understand. This is what he actually was saying." And Vlad basically was trying to rest on his laurels and was like, "Nah, like he's a bigot, blah 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 blah." And it's like, okay, watch your mouth. That's not what he said. Just apologize. Like everything will be fine if you apologize. He decided not to. So those ministers, Dr. Wesley, student minister Dr. Wesley Muhammad, and Nori Muhammad, no longer, as well as I believe Ben X been on Vlad TV. They all don't fuck with Vlad anymore. As well as Lord Jamar and Godfrey. They don't fuck with Vlad anymore. And during this time, if everyone watches my show, you probably do understand, because I believe I brought this up a couple times, that we shouldn't be fucking with Vlad. We shouldn't be watching Vlad because he's only here to steal from the culture. He's not here to give back. So Vlad, I don't know why I went through that long diatribe. So Vlad, growing up, he is a Russian Jewish person, right? He's also an atheist now. He doesn't believe that there is any God. But he went out on a limb, basically, by going against the minister. From what he said about Jewish people, which was nothing bad, he just said, throw a stone of truth at falsehood and lies. That's all he said. He didn't say any, like he said something about Jewish people, but it wasn't to the fact of all Jewish people. It was only the ones that he always spoke about. So Vlad got in his chest about some shit. Now the people that would frequent his platform no longer frequents his platform, because not only was he looking like a hypocrite, he was also being disrespectful and not wanting to apologize, which he could have just said, "I'm sorry," and everything would have been smoothed over after that. But he didn't want to do that, so we said fuck him, and that's how we feel. So now we can continue the video. I'm sorry I went through that whole rant, but I had to get that out. But we can look at a lot of other people. He says Sarah Silverman. Sarah Silverman's Jewish. She's an atheist. So a lot of these Jewish people that are in entertainment that look at themselves as atheists. They don't look at themselves as part of the Jewish religion. So need I say more about this whole ordeal?
Look at statistics on Pew Research. They are the most irreligious group of people in the U.S. They say 70-something% of them say that remembering the you know what a cost is what it means to be them.
Was a statement. You're trying to say that there isn't a collective. Over 50% of the executives in Hollywood, the CEOs, are Jewish, and these guys
That's
know each
different
other.
than saying it's a mafia and that they act as Jews in some way, as opposed to just being businessmen. One plays to a prejudice, the other one just plays to people and an ugly business, which is what the record business is.
Now, let's look at what Kanye said earlier of the video that I played. Kanye said a lot of people come up missing in Hollywood. How is that? If they're not some sort of a mob or cabal or of some sorts of the entertainment industry, right? Why is it that people have to capitulate and coalesce around things that they may not agree with? Why is it that then they get put through the ringer if they come out, such as Kyrie Irving, Ye, Professor Griff, Lupe Fiasco. You name the people who have gone through what Kyrie and Ye is going through now. You name the people. There's always a common denominator in this. And it's always them people that are the common denominator. So how's it that people's families or people in these stars' families either come up missing, killed, or people are losing money that are in the record industry or acting. We just saw it with Will Smith earlier this year. Everybody wanted to oust him and all kinds of shit because he didn't feel as though a joke was funny because it was made against his wife, which is going through a medical ordeal right now. Some say it's not that severe. So why is he feeling that way? It doesn't matter if a medical issue that she's going through is severe or not. It's personal. Like, you don't know if Will is holding Jada's head at night and she cries into his shoulder because she just wants her hair back. And we saw in old pictures how long and luxurious and nice Jada's hair was. And for her to go from a long hairstyle to a short hairstyle to no hair, like, you can look at any woman at that point and be like, oh, I understand. It's not just about the hair. It's about the beauty of the full person. Hair kind of makes people in a way, and I don't know if Jada thinks that way or not, but it's like with women love their hair, either if it's short, long, extra short. Women love their hair and they want to be able to look beautiful with a nice hairstyle or something of the sort. Now, Jada has embraced her her hair, but like I just said, we don't know what happens behind closed doors. We don't know if Will has to console Jada every night because she's going out into the world with a bald head. She may not feel pretty anymore, so she might cry in Will's shoulder every night about this. Will might have to take on some shit from his wife because it's like, damn, this is my wife and I don't know what to do. Like, I can do everything else, but how do I get her hair back? Like, that's something that you have to think about. You can't just be so cold-hearted to the point to where you're like, well, fuck Jada. Fuck Jada's hair. No, you got to look at the bigger picture of this. The bigger picture. So, it's... We got to... this shit, that they're getting ousted because of them telling truth of what's been said, not just by stars or basketball figures. Is Shank Auntie Diop, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. You name the black professional teacher who wanted to teach the black masses, they've said this over and over. Minister Louis Farrakhan as well has said this about the Khazarian Ashkenazis who do this bullshit to our people. You also got to put in perspective, well, it was those people during the slavery times that profited off of and also paid for the transatlantic slave trade, which was one of the biggest slave trades next to the Arabian slave trade, which kind of in a way is still happening today. So what are we like we don't, like I said, what was it 2 weeks ago? Look, to all the lower level Jews, untuck your stars of David. We ain't got problems with y'all. It's the big motherfuckers who make these decisions in either corporate America, either if it's the Federal Reserve Bank, or these big corporations and organizations in the record industry, in the entertainment industry. These are the motherfuckers that we're talking about. We're not talking about y'all. So untuck your stars of David. Call off the police in Jersey from the synagogues, because we don't have a problem with y'all. All right, let's continue.
So you can have your feelings about it, just don't ascribe it to their faith.
Again, not a faith. And actually, Ye's just a little bit off there. A group that makes up just 2% of the population, makes up about 80% of the positions of power in Hollywood, 80 to 90% of the positions of power in the music industry, 90+% of the media, most of the chairs of the Federal Reserve for I don't know how long, and the list goes on. But hey, Kanye, you're not supposed to talk about that. Don't paint with a broad brush. Get back to talking about slavery and critical race theory and stuff like this.
It's the biggest terror threat in this country.
Now, like I always say, you don't have to take my word for it. Just do your own research. You'll start to see how these puzzle pieces are connected. And Kanye got most of the puzzle completed. We just have to help him along with this. It's not a call to action. It's you do it at your own expense. All right. Now, following that, we have, and before I go into it, I'd like to take a quick break, about a 3-minute break. So I'll give you guys 3 minutes so you can either re-up on some whatever you got in your cup, roll up a joint, or smoke your cigarette, and we'll be right back. All right. Check you guys out in 3 minutes. All right, we are back. come on, rush back to your television or your phone screens, and we will continue this show. So, my next topic is judge orders Alex Jones to pay an additional $473 million to Sandy Hook families, as told by WBAL, which is the Maryland News, or really the Baltimore News, because it's another one, WJZ, which it goes all over the state of Maryland. So let's get into it. So, let's see what's going on.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones and his company have been ordered to pay an extra $473 million to families and FBI agent for calling the 2012 Sandy Hook school shooting a hoax. The punitive damages imposed today bring the total judgments against them in a lawsuit filed by the victims' families to $1.4 billion.
Hello, everyone. Insane? Are you insane? What the hell did I just hit? Are you insane? 1.4 billion? He doesn't have that type of money, which I believe he doesn't have to pay, since he doesn't have that type of money. So, no. But that's insane. Excuse me. I forgot the first judgment that they gave him, but it was almost $1 billion. Now it's up to 1.4? Are you insane? Nah, man, I'm good. I'm not doing that.
War's host is vowing to appeal the case and says the trial was not fair and an assault on free speech rights. 20 children and 6 educators were killed in the shootings at Sandy Hook. Victims' relatives testified they've been threatened and harassed for years by people who believe Jones lies about the shooting.
Now, well, let's get into this article by WBAL. So, InfoWars host Alex Jones and his company were ordered by a judge Thursday to pay an extra $473 million for promoting false conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook school massacre, bringing the total judgment against him in the Sandy Hook school. Against him in a lawsuit filed by the victims' families to a staggering $1.44 billion, which is $1,440 million. So, Connecticut Judge Barbara Bellis imposed punitive damages on the InfoWars host and free speech systems. Jones reportedly told his millions of followers, the massacre that killed 20 first graders and 6 educators was staged by crisis actors to enact more gun control. The record supports the plaintiff's argument that the defendant's conduct was intentional and malicious, and certain to cause harm by virtue of their infrastructure, ability to spread content, and massive audience, including the Info Warriors. The judge wrote in a 45-page ruling. Damn. But here's the real reason why these people were being or basically sued him. It was because of this. It wasn't for his words at all. It was because most of the Info Warriors were calling or writing messages, calling them on the phone, finding out their either their cell phone number or their home number, or on these people's social media pages and their DMs, writing them malicious and basically fucked up messages to them, basically saying you should kill yourself, your child deserved it and stuff like that or whatever. Like they were saying this shit to these people, and I believe that part of it is wrong. Is wrong to the fullest extent of the law. That shit should have never happened. And to be honest, that's why he got indicted, was because the Info Warriors took it upon themselves to do that to these people. So it was 20 families. So these 20 families were being doxxed, and they were being accused of fraud, and also they was being sent death threats by the overzealous I don't know what to call it, to be honest. Like, these are the people that did these crimes. As far as I understand, people on his staff and his employees were telling Jones when he was doing this shit, hey yo, chill out. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. That's wrong. You shouldn't be saying stuff like that. And I believe at a point he apologized for what he said. But, we're in the times of a court of public opinion now. So he had to be ousted. So just in case anyone else tried to do this shit, there's the example. Such as Tasha K. Tasha K, she said some bullshit online about Cardi B. They got into a court battle. Tasha K lost. That was the example to other people that if you do this shit, you will be prosecuted for it. I.e., some stupid ass girl now who is being sued by Nicki Minaj for doing the same shit Tasha K did. So, like, they're setting examples out here. Alex Jones being one of them, Tasha K being another, and it's more to come from that as well. So, just know this is a setup for something else that's happening. That's a conspiracy theory that's going around, but most of the shit has came true. So is it a conspiracy theory at all anymore? That's what you have to ask yourself. Now, let's continue. The punitive damages include $150 million for violation of Connecticut's Unfair Trade Practices Act, which bans deceptive business practices and unfair competition, and about $323 million for the plaintiff's attorney fees and costs, which means those attorneys are making out with a lot of money. Eight victims' relatives and the FBI agent testified during a month-long trial about being threatened and harassed for years by people who deny the shooting happened. Strangers showed up at some of their homes and confronted some of them in public. Now, this is another thing too. I wrote a comment and I think YouTube erased it. What you write? Big Dicky, write it again and see if I get it. Let me see. Go here. Did you write in the chat or did you write in the actual comment section? Because I don't believe the comment section pops up until this video is done. So you must have wrote in the chat. Write it again and see if it comes up, and I'll see if I get it. Because if I don't get it, then they probably are monitoring my show somehow or some way. Something about the thought police. It's them. No, write your actual comment again. If you remember it at all, write it again and see if it comes up. One second, y'all. One of my audience members, he's writing me something, but it's not. He said it's not coming up. So I'm gonna wait and see if it comes up. So. All right. I'm getting exactly what you're getting on both sides, on the streaming side of the program I'm using and the YouTube side. So if they erase one of your comments, then it wasn't me. Like, I do have some things that I have to approve, or maybe they have it to where I have to approve it. But most comments I approve. Like, if I feel as though it's not bullshit, then I don't. Then I publish it. I don't just leave it to the ethers to have it. So, all right, write that out, and I'll continue this. So where was that? So egg victims' relatives. Egg victims' relatives and the FBI agent testified during a month-long trial about threatened and harassed for years by people who denied the shooting happened. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about. Not only did they do that, they did the calls and write them on their in their DMs on social medias. But I can understand, like, you know, it is dangerous. Like, it's very dangerous for that to be out there, and then the overzealous ones going up to these people saying you're a fucking fraud and you're a liar and stuff like that, and none of this shit happened, blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, my child actually died. It's not a front. So what the fuck are you saying to me right now, that I killed my own child? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I can understand that part. Like, how these people are doing something that Alex Jones even said that he didn't even want them to do. But for him to pay 1 point whatever billion, nah, yo. Like, I gotta call bullshit on that. This is why. Because, to be honest, this is kind of the same thing that Donald Trump went through. People said that Donald Trump told his audience, or told the people that he was rallying that day before the January 6th shit popped off. Trump said, he did say this, yeah, we're going to go down there and we're going to make them blah, 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 blah. He didn't say, we're going to go down there, break into this building, fuck some shit up, and blah, 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 blah. No, that never happened. But if you leave it to people who don't do their own research, you leave it to people who don't think for themselves, this is what you get. You get people who are overzealous, who don't think for themselves, allow the news media to tell you guys any fucking thing. I can tell you this shit now, and I say this almost every episode. Like, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a far leftist. I'm not a far rightist. I'm not a centrist. I'm a free thinker. I don't fucking care what these people are saying out of their mouths. I care about what the fuck's going on in the political sphere in its entirety. I don't care what one side has to say. I don't really give a fuck. They're not paying my bills. I want to know, is something gonna fuck with me or fuck me over in the future, to where either I have to get out there and start voting, or, you know, what have you. Like, this, like, I don't care what Trump said to those people. I don't care. Like, I'm not a Trump supporter, so it wasn't to me. So whatever those people had planned already, I feel as though Trump had nothing to do with that. All you gotta do is refer back to what he said during that speech that day. That's all I'm saying. Strangers showed up at some of the homes and confronted some of them in public. People hurled abusive comments at them on social media and in emails, as I just stated. And some received death and rape threats. Okay, so you said something about the thought. Okay, I wrote 2 comments and they erased both. I guess you can't say thought police. Okay. I don't know. Okay, Big Dicky, I do have it to where in my settings you can't say certain things, but I didn't put in that you can't say thought police, so maybe that is on the YouTube side. I don't know. Like, I have it to where you can't say certain harmful things on my channel. Like, I have certain words that you can't say, like, but it'll only like take that part of your sentence out, like that word of your sentence out. It won't erase the whole thing. It'll just put that one word in stars. No, you good, Big Dicky. You good. So I don't know. It's not on my side. I tell you that. It's probably on YouTube side. So blame YouTube. So, but like I did say, there are certain words, but I don't have like the entire fucking dictionary in some of the words you can say. I just have certain words that are, I would say, harmful for people to see or whatever. Like, if you can say shit that is harmful, I don't know. Okay. Well, I saw that. So we good now. We good. So where was I? So 6 jurors ordered Jones to pay okay, this is the number. $965 million to compensate the 15 plaintiffs for defamation, infliction of emotional distress, and violation of Connecticut's Unfair Trade Practice Act, which bans deceptive business practices and unfair compensation. So he already had to pay $965 million, which he already didn't have. Now they're telling him to pay another $473 million, which he doesn't have, and all makes out to $1.44 billion. And it's like he doesn't have that type of money. So why? It's going through appeal, so he'll probably have it reduced. So that's even if he pays at all. You gotta remember, he is a business. So we'll just have to see in the future what happens. Let's see, where was I at? So compensation. So Jones has bashed the trial as unfair and assault on free speech rights. He says he will appeal the verdicts. He also says he doesn't have the money to pay such huge verdicts because he has less than $200 million in his name, which contradicted testimony at a similar trial in Texas. Free speech systems, meanwhile, in seeking bankruptcy protection, Bellis found Jones and InfoWars parent company liable for damages without a trial last year. As a consequence for what she called his repeated failures to turn over many financial documents and other records to the plaintiffs, after the unusual default ruling, the jury was tasked about, where was that? Where am I at? Tasked about tasked only with deciding on the amount of compensatory damages and whether punitive damages were warranted. Okay, I don't want my theme song to play, so let's continue. Punitive damage. Okay. So Jones says he turned over thousands of documents, and the default ruling deprived him of his right to present a defense against the lawsuit. Christopher Matty, a lawyer for the Sandy Hook family, said he hoped the punitive damages awarded Thursday to send a message to conspiracy theorists who profit from lies. The court recognized the intentional, malicious, and heinous conduct of Mr. Jones and his business entities, Matty said in a statement. A message-seeking comment was left for Jones' lawyer, Norm Pattis. In Connecticut, punitive damages for defamation and infliction of emotional distress are generally limited to plaintiffs' legal fees. The Sandy Hook plaintiffs' lawyers are to get 1/3 of the $965 million in compensatory damages under a retainer agreement, putting their legal fees at $322 million. God damn. No, you said something else, Big. You said YouTube, the police, they got the FBI on the way to my house to kick my door in and send me to the gulag for writing a comment they didn't like. Shit. Well, if you in the gulags, make sure you sit with the hoteps and chill with them, play chess and shit with them, and what's that big word I like to use all the time? Pontificate with them. So let's see. Okay, but there is no cap on punitive damages for violation of the Unfair Trade Practices Act. The plaintiffs had not asked for a specific amount of punitive damages, but under one hypothetical calculation, they said such damages could be around 2.75 trillion under the unfair trade law. Now, check this out. They can kiss my ass right now. Like, I'm sorry that your family died, but god damn it, son. Like, this man doesn't have that money. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Like, he doesn't have that money, man. Leave him the fuck alone. Jesus. Like, I probably couldn't stomach hearing that. Like, yeah, you guys, blah, 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 this, and that, whatever. Like, nah, I couldn't deal with that. Like, that's the reason why I keep it to the article. Then I say what I feel about what I've read in the article of what I've seen in the video. Never go off on such things as, they really did this. No, I'd be like, I don't know if it's true or not. Like, that's what I say. Because I know in court, when you say allegedly, that shit doesn't hold up. That's the reason why Tasha K got her ass thrown in court. Because she was saying allegedly this, that, and the third happened. Or she would say, one of my sources said, and not citing her sources. Like, that's the reason why you got put through the ringer. She has to pay what? Like $1.4 million, which she doesn't have. Her app isn't making that money. Her channel isn't making that money. So she ain't got it either. And she also said that she wasn't paying. So go figure. Okay, moving on to SNL staff writers boycott over Dave Chappelle's hosting. So if you guys don't know, Dave Chappelle is hosting SNL tonight. Some of the writers, the woke ones, well, I shouldn't even use woke because I hate using that word when it comes to bullshit like that. Some of the overzealous writers for the culture on the left. So Big Dicky says YouTube about to fine you $1.5 million for saying some shit that goes against their homosexual agenda. I ain't say shit. So, so yeah, they the left agenda, the left agenda SNL writers, they are boycotting tonight's episode because Dave Chappelle is hosting. He's doing another one of those, post election night shows. Like tonight's show is going to be very political. It's going to do with the election this week or whatever. Some of the election results have been runoffs. We haven't heard much more than that. Herschel Walker, I believe, won Georgia, I believe, which is weird. But I'm saying, I don't know if he's a smart guy or not. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying it's weird because the motherfucker can't really talk all that well. So, but yeah, they're boycotting because he's hosting. And if you watch the post-election results from 2016, I believe, they're going off of that whole thing, how, when Trump got elected into office and all that, blah, 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 whatever. And then, what? I think this is his, third or fourth time hosting or something like that. So, let's see what the news has to say about this and what's going on.
All right, folks, we know somebody that has upset the trans community, comedian Dave Chappelle. Well, his Netflix special was a source of a lot of criticism and protests. Well, now Chappelle's rep is denying a report that Saturday Night Live staff writers are boycotting this weekend show because Chappelle is hosting. Does that matter? Let's bring in our guests, Simon Conway, Brian Anderson, Whitley Yates. Whitley, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on this? Nobody has a sense of humor, and we're anticipating it's going to offend everybody, but that's what comics are supposed to do. Funny. And he will, and that's the way it goes. Whitley.
You know what's interesting? When you think about some of the previous sketches from older historic comedians such as Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and you think about the content of their conversations that they were having, they would have never been able to make it in today's society. They would have been canceled a long time ago. And so I just find it interesting that a platform dedicated to being able to express yourself and have comedy has now turned oppressive. And I think just because people are offended doesn't mean that they're oppressed. And this idea that the writers need to boycott because he's going to be on there is completely asinine. And
they're killing comedy.
Comedy.
I saw Richard Pryor perform in Sunset Strip. I mean, it's just, he said stuff you wouldn't be able to say.
Completely inappropriate, but again, it's comedy, it's satire, it's parody.
And we survived it.
We survived. All right, Simon Conway, I'm thinking also, if I were a writer, whatever my age was on a Saturday Night Live, what an opportunity to be able to work with one of the best in the business, to learn from him, maybe to learn what not to do. Don't you think that if this is true, those writers are shooting themselves in the foot and missing out on an amazing career opportunity?
Completely. As Ricky Gervais used to say, they're just jokes, folks. Okay?
Now, I would say this with what he's saying. By these people coming out and saying, I don't want to work with him and blah, 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 right? You know how many comedians that are in New York are basically saying, hey, yo, if they don't want to write for him, I will. What's that white kid's name that was on, what the hell is on Wild 'N Out? He was on there like a while ago. Matt Rife or something like that. He came out. TMZ stopped him and asked him some questions, and he was like, "If they don't want to write for him, I'll write for him. Hey, Dave, I'll write for you." And it's a lot of others too. They're saying, "Fuck it, if they don't want to write for him, I will." Like, it's no biggie to me. I'll take the check. But it's like, this whole left side of society, of the political sphere, like, all of these people contribute to is a bunch of bullshit. Like, all they know is, excuse me. All they know is you shouldn't talk about these sets of people because, excuse me, they're a minority that gets fucked with too much, and you shouldn't do it, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, yo, nah, yo, like they do a bunch of bullshit, and y'all know it. Y'all don't want to fess up to it. It's cool, but it's like you see what the fuck they do. And it's a lot of fuck shit amongst the LGBTQs, Black Lives Matter, you name the group, Antifa, like all these motherfuckers out here who, you name the group, like that's on the far left, they do fuck shit. Like, can we bring up the trans people? What they call them, trans women that do these storybook hours for kids that are like between the ages of 4 through like maybe 7 or something years old. And just recently, I believe I forgot what state it was in, but this motherfucker, he's dressed up as a woman reading whatever book he was reading to him, and this nigga's dick falls out. This is one reason why in my 20s, I wasn't being irresponsible and had kids, because I would be in jail right now. I would, like, if my son or my daughter was born back in, was it 2015, I believe it was, 2015. If I would have had a son or a daughter back in 2015, which that child will be 7 or if not 8 right now, if I would have had a son or daughter and then I heard about this shit, about the shit that is going on in schools and how teachers are telling students, don't tell your parents, don't tell your parents what goes on in school, such as, if we tell you, you can be anything you want to be, such as if you want to be a girl, you can be a girl. Nigga, I'm going to fuck the jail. Like fuck the bullshit. I don't care if it's a woman. I'm putting all hands and feet on that bitch. There's one thing you not gonna do is go against what the fuck I got going on in my house. In my house, I say that shit's wrong. You shouldn't be that. Well, I love my child if they decided to do that. The jury's not in on that yet, so I don't know. What you saying, BD? You saying they care about anything but controlling people? I don't fuck with those far left individuals. I don't either. They found a way to mind control people. Big Dicky, I'm gonna tell you this now. They didn't just find it, it's been happening. You just gotta do your research of how they doing it. So that's why I always say at the end of all my shows, do your own research, because it helps you in the long run. Now, let me finish this video, because I've been waiting.
Supposed to be jokes. They're supposed to make you laugh. Look, SNL stopped being funny for me a long time ago.
Yeah.
Bringing Chappelle on gave
SNL stopped being funny once Eddie Murphy left. That's when SNL stopped being funny. Now, was SNL funny when Chris Rock was on there and Adam Sandler? Sort of, but it wasn't as funny as it was when Eddie Murphy was on there. And to tell you the truth, when Eddie Murphy came back as he was still a cast member, but I forgot, what was it, 48 Hours, when Nick Nolte couldn't make it or whatever because he was probably high and drunk, maybe off of the coke and vodka. But since he couldn't make it, they asked Eddie to be the stand-in host. And when Eddie Murphy said, "Welcome to the Eddie Murphy Show," whatever, they got pissed at that. But you gotta remember, it was the Eddie Murphy Show, because the reason why people were watching it was because of Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was the funniest cast member on there. Now, years prior, when was it Chevy Chase was on there, and Bill Murray and all that, and all those people, yeah, it was funny then as well, but it stopped being funny once he left. I stopped watching SNL in the 90s. See, Big Dicky, and that was the class with Adam Sandler and Chris Rock and what's the big dude's name? Chris Farley. That was when they was on there. That's when that was when it was mildly funny, but like still, like the shit wasn't funny at all. Well, it's not funny now. Like, and Damon Wayans said it the best. He said the reason why when we were on air talking about when In Living Color was on air, the reason why we beat out SNL every week is because our sketches were shorter, they were funnier because they were shorter. We got straight to the point with all the jokes, and that was that. We had 30 minutes to do this in, so we gave you hard-hitting comedy every episode. Now, just look at an episode of SNL. People don't even watch SNL. They might watch like certain sketches like online, like on YouTube, but they're not watching the full, what was it, hour and a half that they're on. Who's watching that shit? And I believe it comes on at 11 o'clock and they don't get off the air until 12:30. Who's watching that shit? Nobody's watching that shit. So they should just give the fuck up or come on prime time, but they're still working against themselves still, because who the fuck watches that shit? What you say, BD? You said, did you see the one with Megan Thee Stallion, Male Horse? That shit was trash. Oh my God, who laughs at that? I didn't even, look, I don't watch SNL. Never did. Because I wasn't even born when Eddie Murphy was on there. I wasn't born until 88. So once, Eddie left in 85, 86 or something like that. So I still wasn't born. By the time, in 88, Eddie Murphy made Coming to America. But that was like the beginning of that year. I think it was like January of 88 that movie came out. I wasn't born until October. So like, you know what I mean? Like I was 2 years old when Boomerang came out in 1990. So like Eddie Murphy was long away from SNL when I was born and after I was born. He was long away from that shit. He was a movie star at that point. So let me continue this because I've been ranting.
A chance to be funny again. He's a funny guy.
It might help with
but
ratings.
If it's SNL writers, they're going to kind of write him into a corner and not let him be funny. SNL will continue to be unfunny. I don't know if this story is true or not. The whole thing, quite frankly.
We'll find out. Wouldn't be shocked if it is. Everybody's so sensitive now, Brian.
I would just like them to see get the highest ratings ever. Oh, by the way, now what did he do to offend anybody? Did he hold up a severed head?
Yeah.
Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking because that's okay.
No, he used words.
I think Sinead O'Connor, I remember, ripped up a picture of the Pope years ago when she hosted Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
How hilarious.
But the whole point, I think, is Saturday Night Live is supposed to be funny and pushing boundaries.
Yeah.
It's become milquetoast.
All right, sir.
Yeah, but in this society, you can't. I don't know why you can't, but you can. Hold on.
We're short on time today, guys. Simon Conway, Whitley Yates.
All right, that's enough. So, like, you can't be funny in today's climate because it might offend somebody. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's the point of comedy. Look, and I'll say this. These people on the far left, if you look at the LGBTs, you ask for not only marriage rights, but you to ask for equal rights. This is what comes with equal rights. You get to get made fun of. You get these jokes, and you come into the fray of everyone else. Everyone gets made fun of. Black people, white people, Chinese people, Indian people. Everybody gets made fun of. This is the culture of America. Because if you can be made fun of, then you're a part of the club. Like, okay, you don't care if we say this, we'll lay off of certain hurtful things, so shit doesn't happen. But as far as that, cool. If you cool with what we're saying, then fine. But other than that, you got to get these jokes, and you're not away from not taking these jokes. But they make a big shit about it, and they're like, I don't want to be made fun of because it's hurtful, and people in my community, we kill ourselves because of hurtful things. It's like, yo, you have to get the fuck out your chest and be accounted for, because if you don't think that you can get these jokes, then you're sadly mistaken. So, what you say, Big Dicky? You said, I'm saying there's gonna be a nuclear attack on American soil or something. This shit isn't going to continue. They planning something. I'll say this to that. Hold on, let me bring that back up. I'll say that to what you're saying. If Biden keeps with his bullshit with Russia or China, either or, we might, because China, a few weeks ago, shot some missiles over Taiwan. You gotta remember when, Pelosi went over to Taiwan for some shit. I don't know what she went over there for. The Chinese government ain't fucking around with Taiwan no more. It's like either you get in line or you get fucked up. That's basically what they're saying. The same thing that Russia was like with Ukraine. Why you think the Ukraine Russian war is going on, or Russian-Ukraine war is going on right now, which is really a civil war or whatever. But guess who got boots on the ground over there? America. Why? We don't know. And the crazy thing is, this girl at my job told me that shit. Her sister told her, and then the girl told me, because her sister was down in Tennessee somewhere. I believe it was Nashville. She saw all these guys in their uniforms, and they said that they were about to be deployed out to Ukraine. Now, U.S. government, for a normal person like myself to know some shit like that, means that y'all are fucking up in the military sphere of y'all's communications. I should know that someone shouldn't know that information. It should have stopped with y'all's soldiers. But the soldiers were pissed, so they decided to let normal people like myself, normal people like her sister and myself know. So they're over there. They're doing I believe it was the check on some equipment that they gave them or whatever. But we all know why they're over there. Now, I've been talking so long. Let me get into this article from page 6 about this Dave Chappelle thing. So, there's unrest at 30 Rock. Page 6 hears over the decision to sign up Dave Chappelle to host Saturday Night Live this weekend, where we're told that some staff writers are so furious that the comedy superstar who has made transphobic and homophobic jokes has been chosen to helm the iconic show that they're sitting out the episode. Basically boycott. They're not going to do the show, An insider told Page Six, but none of the actors are boycotting. But Chappelle's told Page Six. Hold on, Chappelle's reps told us that there was nothing to suggest that there was a boycott when they attended writers' meetings this week. SNL revealed last week the Chappelle Show star would host a show with historical guest Black Star. Hold on, with musical guest. I said historical guest with musical guest Black Star on November 12th. It'll be the third time as host. He last hosted the sketch comedy show in 2020, well before Netflix released his 2021 special, The Closer. That angered some viewers because many of Chappelle's jokes were aimed at the trans community. For example, he intentionally misgendered a trans friend and fellow comedian for laughs. Chappelle was at 30 Rock on Tuesday meeting with writers and producers, and his rep told us there was no evidence of a boycott. The room was filled of writers. They all pitched ideas, and they seemed very excited about it. Dave is looking to have some fun. They told us after the announcement. SNL writer Celeste Gim reportedly wrote on Instagram stories, "I'm trans and non-binary. I use they and them pronouns. Transphobia is murder, and it should be condemned. It is unclear if they are one of the writers boycotting this week's show, or if they were referring to Chappelle. They did not get back to us when we reached out." But let's look at this. I believe this Celeste Gim is an actual member of the cast, because they have a non-binary trans cast member now. So I say this, by this person saying that transphobia is murder. How so? Because hold on, Big Dicky, are you ready for this? For your comment earlier, I'll reread it. You said, YouTube is about to fine me 1.5 million for saying some shit that goes against their homosexual agenda. This probably is gonna fuck their minds up. BD, check this out. Transphobia isn't murder. Trans women murder them. Well, they have a helping hand in murdering themselves by lying to straight men that they're real women. And then when real men find out that they're with a real man instead of a real woman, that's what gets them fucked up. Now, Big Dicky, that would be a cause for them to shut this video down. But I'm saying, this is their plight. This is what they want to do. They want to lie. They want to be like Pinocchio and be real girls. You can't. Like, I'm sorry. Something's gonna keep growing. And I'm not saying my nose, but I'm just saying. Anyway, that was the pre-show, people. It was extended because I was ranting too much, but I had a lot to say. But that is the show for the pre-show or whatever. So you said, Big Dicky said, "I'm saying there's going to be a nuclear attack on American soil or something." I'm sorry, you said that already. I hope Chappelle freestyles away from the writing and says something homosexual. He has the opening monologue. You know what I'm saying? So who knows what he'll say with that. And then, he has whatever sketches. I'm pretty sure they'll redo his 2016 sketch when he was with Chris Rock, when they was talking about the election results or whatever. I'm pretty sure they'll replay that for this week's midterm election. Like they'll like do like a second part to that or something like that. And I'm pretty sure he'll have some other shit. I'm pretty sure this whole show's going to be about politics. Like he probably won't throw in none of the, you know, the stuff that he says on stage, but I'm pretty sure he'll address some of the stuff that's been, you know, bothering him in his life as far as his comedy is concerned. So anyway, tonight's overview of tonight's main show is about Shaq exposed for fraud, for the fraud he is, and more on Kyrie Irving. Now, what do I mean about Shaq being exposed? Now, as we all know, Kyrie Irving is going through the ringer right now. So much so that motherfuckers is apologizing. They're coming to his aid, but more on that later. It's so much so that these motherfuckers are some neutered individuals. What you see here is a picture of Kyrie Irving hanging. That's basically what's being done. Is they were publicly lynching Ye and Kyrie Irving. Now, if I can, this says neutered black athletes. That's what the NBA stands for now. Neutered black athletes, not the National Basketball Association. Because a lot of the athletes, such as LeBron James, which he plays for on this picture, he plays for the Los Angeles Lanes. And then I believe the motherfucker next to him is Kevin Durant. He plays for the Nuts. And I don't know what somebody plays for the Punks. I believe that's the Mavericks. And then I don't know what Steph Curry's team is on here. I don't know, but when I saw this picture, I thought the shit was funny or whatever. So enough on that. So Kyrie Irving, right, shared a picture. Shared a picture online of, well, no, he didn't share a picture. He shared a link to a documentary that was on Amazon Prime, right? So he had no words over top of it, just he shared the link. The link shared the picture of the documentary. That was it. So, here is why Shaq was being so hypocritical. Or he's a hypocrite. I said hypocritical. Shaq owns a New Jersey movie theater. I believe it's in Newark, New Jersey. In that theater in 2019, I believe, or 18, he screened the very movie Hebrews the Negroes. He's the CEO of or he owns it somehow, whatever. So I'm pretty sure he makes decisions of what movies come to his theater. This was one of the movies that he which I believe I have the picture next to it. Well, this is someone's ticket, I believe. So let me zoom in on this. So Shaquille O'Neal is the owner of the Cityplex 12. So Newark, New Jersey basketball icon Shaquille O'Neal has moved into the theater ownership in retirement. He's taken over the Cityplex 12 in his hometown of North New Jersey. So, on this side, if you guys can see my cursor, I might as well make this a little bigger than what it already is. All right, let me know if you guys can see that. So, on this side, right here, this is the movie and the showtime, right? So on this side, do what the bad hairline says. Tri-state area now is your chance to see the second Hebrews to Negroes movie in Newark, New Jersey. So this was I guess this is the address and everything that's on it, and I guess this is the Cityplex theater, and the address is saying that it's showing Hebrews to Negroes or the second Hebrew to Negroes documentary. And I guess this is Shaq's words. It hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game, that we gotta answer for what this idiot has done. Shaquille O'Neal reacts to Kyrie Irving's social media post promoting an anti-Semitic film. But he hasn't yet answered for this. He hasn't yet came out and said, well, I was trying to be a good resource for the community and all this other stuff, and I just feel as though that Kyrie Irving is just like, this motherfucker has to answer for this shit, right? So since this movie was shown in his theater, and then he called Kyrie Irving an idiot, what do we have? Like, what does he have to say? I tell you what, I'll play what he said last week, what I just read.
The game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. I stand for equality of all people. I've always been like that. Don't matter what religion, no matter where you're from. I can say shalom, salam alaikum, ni hao, say bon, because that's how I was raised. So I don't really want to sit up here and answer questions for what he's done. If you're looking at me, it's my job to make people happy. I can't speak for him and answer for what he's doing. It's obviously by his answers and the way he answers, he doesn't really care.
And so, all of this smoke for Kyrie, but none for Shaq. All week, I haven't seen one thing to where they came out and asked Shaq, well, Shaq, how do you feel about you having this movie in your movie theater back in 2018? No one has asked him shit. Anything. I haven't seen a press conference where he's sitting on the stage and he's explaining himself. I haven't seen shit. Now, let's get in today's first article that deals with this. Shaquille O'Neal's theater shows Kyrie Irving's anti-Semitic movie. Fans berate Shaq over a hypocritical take on Nets guard, says the Sports Rush. Excuse me. So Kyrie Irving has found himself on the wrong side of history yet again, which I believe is a fucking lie. Let's keep going. This time around, his inability to send out a proper apology during media sessions to the Jewish community and any other communities he's wrongfully impacted has resulted in his basketball career currently existing in a state of limbo. More on that in a minute. Of course, we're talking about the fact that the Nets guard shared a documentary from 2018 called Hebrews to Negroes on his Twitter. The film was filled with anti-Semitic tropes and fake quotes from Adolf Hitler. Now, let me stop there. People who's writing this shit, they haven't read the books, which 3 is coming out soon, I believe. None of them has watch the documentary. I haven't even watched the documentary yet. The thing is, since it's 200 plus entertainers and I guess sports stars and stuff like that were telling Amazon to take the movie off from Prime and out of the online store, that they don't want this movie ever to exist anywhere again. I actually, on a Twitter post, I asked on someone's post, is there a black business, a black bookstore or wherever that has this book, and where can I find your website at? Or I said has all three books and the documentary. I would like to buy them because I want the knowledge for myself. I want to read all three of the books for myself, and then I want to watch the documentary to see what's so anti-Semitic about what they're saying. Because if there's anything close to what most of the Hebrew Israelites that you see on street corners talk about, what Louis Farrakhan has said, what Professor Griff has said, which a lot of people that I look up to have said about this very, these people, the Khazarians and Ashkenazis, and some of the Zionists as well. I need to know for myself what's up. And then after I read the books and I watch the documentary, I'll make my mind up for myself if I believe all, if not most, of the stuff that's in the documentary. I want to make that decision on my own. I don't need people to do that for me. I don't need people to tell me you shouldn't watch it because it spews whatever. I don't give a fuck what you have to say about it. I want to read and watch this shit for myself. That's what makes scholars, people who do their own research, do their own work to see what is right for them and what is wrong for them. That's just me. Now, continuing. When talking about this debacle on Inside the NBA, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley went in on Kyrie, calling him an idiot. Shaq would then express his disappointment with the fact that he's even being called upon to talk about this rather than actual basketball. Fans, however, after some digging, found Shaq's take to be extremely hypocritical. So Shaquille O'Neal gets called a hypocrite following his Kyrie Irving comments. This is why some incredibly astute observations made by fans following the Kyrie Irving debacle has brought up some dirt on the big Aristotle. It's been confirmed. Through the tweet below. I don't have the tweet, so that a theater. Oh yes, I do. I showed it earlier. So, below that, the theater Shaq owns screened the movie Irving promoted, which he didn't promote it, in 2018. The theater is the Cityplex 12 in Newark, New Jersey, and it was the one that showed Hebrews to Negroes. Shaq never addressed this at the moment of its screening and has yet to address it. With O'Neal being an incredible public figure, it's safe to say that the virality of this tweet would reach him soon enough. However, his not having justified why a theater, I don't know how the fuck these people are writing. I thought I went through this shit and corrected some of this stuff. His not having justified why a theater owned by him screened this documentary has led to some fairly angry fans online. Now Amazon issues a disclaimer on the movie. Now that curiosity about the film is at an all-time high. So that's that, right? So let's get into some more. So what you say, B-Day? I'm not sure, but don't the Jewish bomb the Palestinians on the West Bank every day? That being said, I like the Jews more than the Palestinians. Wow. Even though I can't say I know any Palestinians. I'm not sure, but I do know Palestine gets bombed most of the time of the year. So, shit, I believe I played a video sometime during the summer of that happening. Like you saw some people on like a balcony or whatever. They were like chilling or whatever, and then like you just see these two missiles just fire down on the ground, and then like this big ass explosion happens. But yeah, I can't say I know any Palestinians either, to be honest. But maybe it's because the Palestine flag is the has the Star of David on it. Maybe the Jewish people in was it Pakistan doesn't like that shit all that much, so they do what they do. Hey, I don't know. That's a civil war, just like the Russian-Ukrainian shit is a civil war. Like the Taiwanese and Chinese is a civil war. Like all these civil wars happening around the country, and you know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole bunch of shit going on. So getting back into the article, so what has happened to Kyrie since his fateful tweet? So after having been addressed by multiple authoritative figures on social media, such as NBA Commissioner Adam Silver and Nets Governor Joe Tsai, I was saying Joe Tsai's name wrong last week. I was calling him Joe Say because I have a high school education, so so I was calling him Joe Say. So, but I found that his name is Joe Tsai, so Joe Tsai. So, Nets Governor Joe Tsai Irving has been suspended from playing basketball. He's had to forfeit over $1.2 million in game checks after being suspended for a minimum of 5 games. But I'll tell you, it might get worse. You know why? This is why. Kyrie Irving, from 2020 up until this year, wasn't able to play. So New York put a law in place to where anyone who was fired during the 2020 up until now deserves their jobs back and back pay from the time that they've been fired. This goes for all New York employees. What is Kyrie Irving? He is an employee of the Brooklyn Nets, which Brooklyn is in New York City, which New York City is in the state of New York. Kyrie Irving they probably owe Kyrie upon $100 or so millions of dollars right now. This is probably the reason why they're ousting him so bad, because if he gets smart, which I'm pretty sure he's probably looking at it right now, then he'll probably retire, because that's what's floating around the internet right now, which I have that in here as well. Kyrie, if he sues the Nets organization as well as the NBA, he's going to be making up with a lot of money. That's probably the reason why they're trying to suspend him from games. They're trying to, get him to apologize to these people and stuff like that, so he doesn't, look bad, so he doesn't get hip to this shit that's going on. Because you gotta remember, when he did his tweet, this was right around the same time that shit came out about New York's a judge in New York finding or making a new law to where when they fired the people from their jobs in New York, all over New York, now that the law is, which I said, I believe it was last week, if not the week before, that somebody shot it down, but we don't know this. But it has been said that this law was made so these people could get their jobs back and get their livelihoods back. Right? So check this out now. So Kyrie's having his whole debacle with the NBA and with the Nets and all that for anti-Semitism, which he says himself, you can't be anti-Semite because I would be anti myself. So, with that being said, if the Nets let fires Kyrie Irving to where he can't play basketball or whatever for them or whatever, he's owed money. He's owed probably, like I said, hundreds of millions of dollars, because I believe he gets paid $300,000 a game, which, you know, you accumulate that over a course of the season, which is a year. Kyrie needs to just say nothing for a while and let this blow over. I would say I disagree, B-Day. This is why. He said nothing in the beginning when he posted that tweet. You saw what happened. So the best thing for him to do is to keep talking, because right now you got people siding with him, like, because of the list of what he has to complete, which I'll get to that as well. So let me get back to this article. Now, Nike has also suspended him as they have canceled releasing his Kyrie 8. For him to be reinstated back into the league, he will also have to meet with multiple Jewish leaders in the Brooklyn area to fully grasp the harm he's caused. So, Kyrie Irving gave ominous retirement prediction as NBA star suspended by Brooklyn Nets. Now, before I get into that, I have something to share. Let's see. Here it goes right here.
We do. I'm not putting my kids through this system that's designed to distract and demean and destroy character based on race, culture, class. I'm a native and I'm a black man or African man. I had to identify that because that's what was given to me in this Euro-centralized society. I had to identify as a race. I had to identify as a culture. I have to identify what my religion is. But the reason why I'm speaking like this is because to my generation and to the older generation, we can't have this. That's enough talking. We can't have this. And I'm called crazy trying to grow up in this Eurocentric society, or this society that holds white supremacy over the top of everything, which was created by them. I never created it. How can I be sane in a society that calls me crazy for trying to live a moral, just life, a principle-led life? I didn't grow up seeing color. I didn't grow up seeing, religion and culture, bro. It was taught to me. It was taught to me. I grew up in school with this stuff. I had experiences. We have to reclaim a few things. We have to eat well. That doesn't mean just going vegan. We have to eat well. You have to eat well. You have to treat your body right. You have to treat your mind right. You have to know what you're putting in here.
I hate when it does that. Come on, yo. The bullshit.
It was taught to me. I grew up in school with this stuff. I had experiences. We have to reclaim a few things. We have to eat well. That doesn't mean just going vegan. We have to eat well. You have to eat well. You have to treat your body right. You have to treat your mind right. You have to know what you're putting in here. You have to let go of things. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. I had to let go of seeing my ancestors buried in places that have been covered up by lakes. I had to go see museums with nooses around my ancestors' necks. I had to go see lawmakers that are still living today that put a lot of my family members in bondage or in prison or oppressed them in some type of way. I had to go see that, and I had to let go of that energy, that hateful energy that I had in order to move on in this world, to talk openly. Because if I didn't let it go, I would have been walking around as what? The angry black man.
Now, that's not it. I have more. So, this gentleman here, which is a Jewish gentleman,
in this village in South Africa called Lemba, L-E-M-B-A.
Hold on. This Jewish gentleman here, he goes over some things of which Kyrie has spoken about, as far as him not being able to be called anti-Semitic because he is a Semite. Now, this Jewish gentleman breaks some things down as far as what he's saying, what Kyrie's talking about. So on the side here, it says Rabbi Harry Rosenberg confirms that African Americans are indeed descendants of the children of Israel. When Kyrie said he cannot be anti-Semitic if he knows where he comes from, went over everybody's heads. Excuse me, hands off Kyrie Irving. I stand with Kyrie. But this is what the rabbi had to say.
In this village in South Africa called Lemba, L-E-M-B-A, carry this genetic marker to let us know that they share the same as from the Sephardic and the Ashkenaz and the population of the people in Israel today. They share the same exact DNA marker. That's mind-blowing. So everyone kind of got humbled a little bit, who laughed at them and said, now what? Now what do we do about this? This could have tremendous implications. Another area in Africa you have something big happening is in Nigeria. You have the Igbo people, or Igbo, pronounced either way. There's 40 million of them, also Christians. Like I spoke about before, how that could happen to the children of Israel very easily. But also a lot of them are now coming out and converting back or adopting the rules of the Torah without all the paganism that they've been practicing for hundreds of years. There's been books written about it from scholars in Nigeria, from scholars from the Jewish people. And where it gets interesting is, in America, there was a slave trade. And a lot of the slaves, a very high percentage of them, came from Western Nigerian ports. And in America today, you see a very large movement of African Americans who say that they're the real chosen people, that they're the children of Israel, they're the Judeans. So what are they just trying to create an identity for themselves because they were slaves, or is there really something here? And the answer is, most likely there is something there. And most likely, maybe that they were the original Israelites, and maybe that the Jewish people today who are white, Caucasian people came in a little bit later on. We know that some of the greatest sages of the transmission of the Torah were converts from Rome. You have a man named Onkelos who wrote a commentary on the Torah, unprecedented, that we still learn today. He was a convert.
Now, that was a Jewish rabbi who said that. I didn't put words in his mouth, nor did Kyrie. He was given a presentation, or he was doing, the day of the Sabbath, which is Saturday for Jewish people. So maybe he was, they were in synagogue and he gave this presentation. Who knows? But this is from him. This is actually what he was saying. So, what is this one? Retweet the truth about NBA privacy. Okay, so let's go through another one of these. And
link on his social media. How come they're publicly lynching Kyrie Irving for an Amazon link and not doing that to Amazon? Oh,
I'm sorry. Hold on. One second. So, what I'm about to show you guys is another white guy. I don't know if he's Jewish or not. He basically gives a quick video when it comes to the hypocrisy on Kyrie Irving. And I have to show this because that was very poignant, BD. BD states, I'm a Christian, but like reading the Old Testament better, the Jewish part of the Bible. This is why, people. Why he likes reading that part of the Bible better than the New Testament. Because in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, none of this shit... Hold on, I said that wrong. In the New Testament, all the books that are in the Old Testament isn't there. So if you go to the Old Testament, all the books that you would readily see in the Old Testament of the Bible isn't in the New Testament, which is a good thing, BD, that you do that, because more people need to follow the Old Testament. And to be honest, while we're reading the Old Testament, read the Last Testament, which is the Quran. So, just saying. Where was I at? Where was I at? I was going to show you guys this video. So, here we go.
watch and share this video for the truth they won't tell you. So Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets came together to give $1 million total to the ADL, yet NBA commissioners... So Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets came together to give $1 million total to the ADL, yet NBA commissioners still coming after Kyrie, and Chuck the Cuck Barkley's calling for his suspension.
I think Adam should have suspended him.
But here's the interesting part. He shared an Amazon link on his social media. How come they're publicly lynching Kyrie Irving for an Amazon link and not doing that to Amazon? Oh, what do you know? Just 2 days ago, report, NBA ready to sell $1 billion exclusive domestic streaming package to Apple or Amazon. Less than a month ago, Amazon is proving it's a contender to land NBA rights. Oh, I get it. So your big business friends with Amazon take no scrutiny for their own link, but you beat down at Kyrie Irving like a slave master. Get back in line, boy. Sell vaccines, boy. You can't play in an arena unless you inject yourself with synthetic mRNA from Pfizer against your will, boy. Put on a Black Lives Matter shirt, boy. Push far left-wing politics, boy. Place the blame back on the white man, boy. You could dress your 6-year-old boy up like a girl, but don't make a joke like Anthony Edwards did that involves the LGBTQ, boy, or we're gonna steal your money. This is the message the slave masters at the NBA are sending. Now, I didn't watch the documentary. I don't know what's in it, and I'm not calling for the censorship. I don't believe in censorship, but the slave masters at the top and the puppets like Chuck the Cuck at the bottom trying to suspend Kyrie Irving, we know who you really are. You do not have the moral high ground. You force masked employees and force vaccinated them against their will like Andrew Wiggins. You guys are evil scum.
Look, this is the reason why I like having a show and not just talking. I'd rather y'all just see what those people are saying. Now, I don't believe the last guy just showed is Jewish, but he's basically telling y'all, look, the NBA is selling a large stake of their media rights to either Apple or Amazon, and Amazon is becoming a big contender in that. right? So, you guys don't know, what keeps television on is sports. Any sport you can think of keeps television going, because a large number of people don't have television service in their house. Most of them just have internet because it's better. You get to watch whatever you want, basically, which is curated for you on certain, streaming apps, but still, you get to watch whatever you feel as though you want to watch on these curated apps. And, it's unlike regular television, which is scheduled, which who really has the schedule these days to be watching television at certain times? Most people record shows and watch them later. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like TV is really becoming a nuisance, to be honest, because we're still in the area or the age of information. Television stifles that part of the brain that makes you want to learn information, because you got scheduled shows. Most shows, or all shows really, have left-leaning things in it, such as you'll see gay men, which usually gay men in shows are black men, which derives to the emasculization of black men. Like, it's a lot of shit going on when TV is on that people readily don't look at as a problem. But if you look at television and you see these tropes in television, then you'll see the bullshit that's happening on television. Now, as I was saying earlier, I basically don't watch. No, hold on. Damn, I forgot what I was going to say. But let me get back into what I was talking about. I don't watch television. I don't have cable at all. I just have the internet, and that allows me to not be on a schedule to watch certain shows. Like, I don't even watch basketball. Well, I stopped watching basketball a long time ago. Like, probably around the same time I stopped watching the NFL when Kaepernick got suspended and all that shit he was going through. Like I was like, these people are basically $1 million slaves, and if no one can see this shit, then what's the purpose of of telling people this shit? I have all my friends watch sports still. Like, I don't try to have them, I don't try to preach to them, tell them, by you watching this shit, it hurts black people and all this. I let them go off on their own devices. I let them do what makes them happy. But me personally, I do not watch sports because sports keeps television on. I said this just a little while ago. Without sports on television, all cable companies will crumble. You heard it here first. If they get rid of, say all cable companies was like, you know what? We don't want to put sports on television anymore. It's all about the shows. We should have more shows on television. Television will crumble within 6 hours because there's not a lot of people watching television other than housewives, retirees, and that's about it. And small kids who aren't in school. Those are the only people watching television. And that's if they are watching television. Because as I said earlier, a large swath of people don't have cable in their house. They just have internet. And some people pay for either internet-based television, such as YouTube TV or Sling TV, or they don't have any sort of, television shows playing in their houses at all, because it's not like most people don't want to watch TV. TV became a nuisance after a while. Like I have, like you'll have 1,000 channels with nothing to watch. Like, how is that possible? Like, how is it that there's 1,000 channels but there's nothing to watch? So who the hell wants to keep paying $200, $300 for a service that they're not getting anything out of it? Like, there's nothing on television to watch anymore. So it's like, why am I paying for this? Like, why the fuck am I paying for this? Like, and people are now going to just have an internet in their house. If they have internet at all, most people just opt out of everything. Internet, cable, everything, phone. Most people don't have none of that, or some people, I should say, don't have any of that in their house. Up in their houses anymore. So to get into this article, Kyrie Irving gave ominous retirement prediction as NBA stars suspended by Brooklyn Nets. Article by Express. Kyrie Irving predicted he could retire from professional basketball prematurely 5 years ago. The Brooklyn Nets star guard has been suspended by the team for 5 games without pay after he failed to apologize for sharing a link to an anti-Semitic film last week, which was, I believe, 2 weeks ago now. So, Irvin took to social media to tweet out an Amazon link to a movie titled Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America. Rolling Stone reported the 2018 film is littered with anti-Semitic tropes, and he failed to apologize for the post amid widespread criticism. On Thursday, the Nets suspended Irving for 5 games without pay. It is unclear what future Irving may have with the franchise, and it ties into the 30-year-old's previous comments suggesting he could retire from the NBA earlier than expected. Back in 2017, Irving was on the road tripping podcast with fellow NBA stars Channing Frye and Richard Jefferson. The subject of early retirement came up, and the 7-time All-Star suggested he could be the next great talent to walk away from his sport early. One of my best friends told me that he thinks that I may become the Lauryn Hill of the NBA, and just leaving early before I even got to my prime, Irving said, referring to the rapper, singer, and songwriter Lauryn Hill, who enjoyed great success early in her career. Later in the episode, Irving added, "I'm not going to say I'm going to be the Lauryn Hill of the game, but that's what my best friend told me. I love this game with all my heart, but there's just so much knowledge to be acquired and so much that should be happening but isn't." His comments could come. Hold on, where am I at? Could come true in the light of his suspension, which has confirmed by the Nets in the statement on Thursday. It read, I said this last week, so I'll only read a little bit of it. So, over the last several days, we had made repeated attempts to work with Kyrie Irving to help him understand the harm and danger of his words and actions, which began with him publicizing a film containing deeply disturbing anti-Semitic hate. So basically, it's some more shit in there about him not capitulating with them and all kinds of other shit, but whatever. So let's see. Okay, so let me see. So we are decided that Kyrie will serve a suspension without pay until he satisfies a series of objective remedial measures that address the harmful impact of his conduct in the suspension period served is no less than 5 games. These are the remedial requests that they ask. Y'all ready? Here we go. Number 1 is apologize and condemn the film he promoted. Number 2, make a $500,000 donation to anti-hate causes. Number 3 is complete sensitivity training. Number 4 is complete anti-Semitism training. Number 5 is meet with the ADL and Jewish leaders. And then number 3 is meet with team owner Joe Tsai to demonstrate an understanding of the situation. Why don't you just cut his nuts off? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? Now, it's a lot of people such as Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith who are now coming out to side with Kyrie, basically saying, "Oh well, no, that's crazy. Why he shouldn't have to do that?" And it's like, how about y'all shut the fuck up? Because y'all are one of the main causes of this dude, of y'all ousting him. Like, y'all was some of the main folks that ousted this man. Why does he deserve to be on the Nets? He should get suspended and all this other shit. And it's like, what the fuck are y'all saying? Like, what the fuck are y'all saying? Like, now y'all all in good graces with getting good graces with the man. Nah, y'all niggas done fucked up. Now I got some fucking bots on my channel now. All right, so what we're gonna know, I'm gonna do it here because I can get to their channel much quicker. So where am I at? Hold on. So let me do this. Let's see. Hold up. I'll be right with y'all. Some bots came to attack my channel. Had to shut these niggas down. I'll be right with y'all in just a second. So I block the user on YouTube. And then I'm going to block you on here. And hold up, Dickie, I got you. All right. So every episode now that I've been talking about this shit, they've been popping up for some reason. Maybe the powers to be don't want me to get my ideas out. Shout out to Kanye West. Anyway, but yeah, this shit is weird. This shit's been happening like almost every episode that these bots have been popping up. I got a comment last night on my game stream of some of the same bots doing that shit. They commented this time around. They didn't put a comment in the live chat. They actually went on my comments after the video was done and did that. Like, shit's weird. But back to what I was saying. You got Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp and amongst a few others coming to Kyrie's aid now. And it's like, nah, y'all motherfuckers wanted to oust him. How about you guys shut the fuck up and stay where you was at with that energy that y'all had for him last week? Don't come to his aid now. Like, I blocked him, BD, so we good. So, and I gotta do this shit every week. So, all I gotta do is just go to the channel that it was made, what bot made it, whatever, and then block him, whatever. Anyway, so you got Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith now coming to his aid, and it's like, y'all had that energy for him last week. What's with this energy now that you feel as though he shouldn't have to complete these 6 things on the list? This is what Joe Tsai had to say with that. Joe Tsai says, Clara and I guess Clara is his wife, Clara and I met with Kyrie and his family yesterday. We spent quality time to understand each other, and it's clear to me that Kyrie does not have any beliefs of hate towards Jewish people or any group. And it's like, duh, nigga. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You basically, or I shouldn't say you, the entire NBA, the sportscasters such as Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp, we can put Ernie in that. Who else? Skip Bayless. All these motherfuckers had something to say about Kyrie last week. But now that this laundry list of things that he has to do came out, oh, we're on Kyrie's side. We think this is wrong. We think he shouldn't have to complete this. Nah, fuck that. Y'all said what y'all said. Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Because if it was up to me, and I was Kyrie, I would tell these motherfuckers after I've seen everything that they said, I would hit them up on Twitter and be like, nah, don't have my name in your mouth this week talking about you with me. Nah, keep that same energy from last week that y'all had. And that's it. I don't want to fucking see any more of y'all. And that's it. Like, it's like, how y'all gonna sit here and be talking about we're with Kyrie now? No, you're not. You didn't have my best interest last week when you started calling me idiots and all kinds of things, referring to things that I said in the past about flat Earth and all that. Like, nah, get out of here. I don't need y'all's help. I'm doing the work of which I know I should be doing. Leave me out of your crusade to be on my side now. Take somebody else's side. I don't need you. Now, they should, like, with this list, just cut his nuts off. Flip his personal area into a vagina. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? If I was Kyrie, I'd be like, you know what? Retirement looks good right now. I feel as though that this is the time. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like they do this to all black entertainers. They do it to all of them. If it's not them taking something that they're saying wrong, they either got arrested for something and they want to hold that over their head, or something happened between them and a woman and they want to hold that over their head. And it's like, what is enough, yo? Like, when are we as black folks gonna be like, you know what? This ain't gonna stand no more. We need a coalition or a group like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. We need a group like that so when people come out and say stuff against us, we'll have a league that states you have to apologize immediately, take sensitivity training, take whatever we'll call it, training, meet with prominent and black leaders we respect for y'all to get the training from. I would say I voted Dr. Umar Johnson first. Out of everything, I want to put Dr. Umar Johnson in there first. But just saying. But we've seen this with a lot of athletes as well. We've seen this with Muhammad Ali. We've seen this with Kareem Abdul Jabbar, not really. No, not him, because he's a straight coon now too. Who else have we seen this? We've seen this with Colin Kaepernick. Seen this with Eric. Who's the guy that nailed with Colin? His name is Eric Reed. Eric Reed got ousted right along with Kyrie. I'm not Kyrie Irving. With Colin Kaepernick. And we all know what Colin did. He just kneeled because a soldier told him that it would be okay if he just kneeled. But everybody always, when that comes up, everybody leaves that part of the story out when we talk about Colin. But but when it comes to this, when everyone always talks about it, like let's bring up Abdul Rauf. Like, remember his whole thing when he got taken out of the league. Like, they ousted him. Like, I don't understand why they did that, but he basically is doing, well, Abdul Rauf did the exact same thing that Kyrie's doing now. Abdul Rauf came up on some information and he started acting upon it. What the fuck is Kyrie doing? He found some information and he's acting upon it. Like, this shit happens all the time. Now, so everybody that's talking about that's like trying to take his side or whatever, like, I don't understand like what their whole ordeal is with this. Like, why is it that you're blaming him, but you're not blaming Amazon for having the film in the first place? Now, although most of these people writing these articles probably haven't seen the film, but let's say that they did. They're only saying that it has anti-Semitic tropes in it is only because that's what everybody else is saying, and they don't want to be taken away from their job or what have you. But who cares, though? Like, who cares about your job? Who cares about that? Somebody is being wronged, and it will be another time again where somebody, well, not somebody, where these people get away with it again. We saw this shit with Nick Cannon, and now Nick Cannon wants to come out and take his side as well. I wonder if I have that video. I don't have it. But Nick Cannon came out and he's basically saying now as well, like, nah, like, you know what I mean, they're trying to buck break him or whatever. And he's sitting there saying this to the the leader or the CEO of the ADL, and the ADL didn't know what buck breaking was, so he told him what buck breaking is, and it's like, look, to Nick Cannon, you apologize so fast that if you didn't have apologized, you wouldn't have seen Wildin' Out again. They probably would have hired Ryan Seacrest to host the show. Like, that's how fast you apologized. And it was sickening. Like, I stopped watching Wildin' Out after that because it's like, you came up on the information that you know to be true. Then you allowed these people from the ADL and the Jewish leaders tell you different from what you already knew. But this is what they don't talk about. What is spoken of in these meetings that they have with these people? They never say that. They never say what goes on in those meetings. Ever. Like, he's never came out. Nick Cannon's never came out and said what they spoke about. He just had that one guy, that one Jewish leader, on his platform to rehash everything and to make amends. That's all that happened. We never heard what happened in his personal meeting with him. So, let me read over my notes to see what else I have in here. So they're basically telling Kyrie Irving to shut up and dribble. This is the oldest trick in the book. They did this to LeBron, and LeBron has something to say too. But when the orders got put out, he was like, nah, I don't like that. He shouldn't have to go through all that. But LeBron is also backtracking what he said about Kyrie because he started being called all kinds of coons and shit. And he didn't like that much. He was like, nah, hold on, yo. I was just doing what I was supposed to be doing. But it's like, nah, cuz you went against the grain. You gotta get it too. You're not exempt because you're the face of the NBA now. To be honest, if Kobe was still alive, he would still, while being retired, be the face of the NBA. You only got that role by default. You're not even the greatest player to ever live. You're not even the greatest player in the league right now. So you're just there for default, as default. Like, until they find someone else, you'll be in that place until then. You'll get all the special treatment. You'll get all of the contracts guaranteed that you want. But other than that, you're only there is because they haven't found anybody better than, to be honest, my personal opinion. This is just my personal opinion. I would give the face of the NBA either to Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, or Draymond is pretty good too. And Zion Williams is good. Like, all these people are better than LeBron. Like, maybe they should look at one of these guys or whatever. Like, I'm just saying. Anyway, but a lot of this shit is coming from people who, who don't know nothing about, like, biblical history or just history in all. Because with that being said, it's like, if you don't know that dark melanated people were the first people on this earth. And then let's get into the Nation of Islam's depiction of how other races came about through the scientist Yaqub with the big head. You can either believe that story if you want to or if not, but it's not really a story to believe. It's just a story because, like Minister Louis Farrakhan said, when it comes to certain information, we're babies, we're infants. If you give solid food to an infant, the infant's gonna choke and die. Like, you can't give certain information to people in a way that they'll understand it. You gotta give it to them in bits and pieces, in chunks. Like, you can't give it to them the whole way. You have to give it to them in bits and pieces and chunks. Which is the reason why I said that. That's how they look at black people as a whole, as infants, as if we don't understand shit, we don't know shit. That's the reason why we get the treatment that we get in this country, because society feels as though that black people are children. But if you look at it, some of black people has done some great shit as far as on the invention side of things. Black person was the first to do an open heart surgery. A black person created the stoplight. A black person created the hot comb. Like all this shit in history, doesn't matter who holds the patents. It matters who created the shit. All black people. I'm not saying that there wasn't any white inventors during those times when black people was inventing shit, but most of those motherfuckers hold the patents. Light bulb, black person. Sorry. It's just what it is. I'm not really getting anything all this damn paper, but okay, so let me get to this. So the guy, which his name is Ronald Dalton Jr., the CEO of Hebrews to Negroes Films, he wrote a press release. So his statement was this: I vehemently reject and condemn any forms of prejudice or hatred towards any person, regardless of their race, religion, ethnicity, lineage, ancestry, or sex, as well as violence, racism, bullying, discrimination, black Jew-phobia, and the misuse of the term anti-Semitic. The African diaspora that was sent to the Americas and Caribbean via the transatlantic slave trade. You got to put the Arabian slave trade in there as well. Slave trade are ethnically the Israelites of the Bible from the lineage of Shem. Therefore, hold on, before I get into that. So, the whole story with the Shem shit, right? Noah's sons. It was Shem, Jehoshaphat, and some other nigga, right? The Bible depicts that all three of these boys were different races. Let me turn the music off real fast. How the fuck were they different races if the mother and the father were both black? How the fuck does this happen? How are you different fucking races? And we don't know if they were triplets or they were just three children. We don't know. But they said that they all were different races. Now, I know a black person can make an albino. And I know white people can't make a nigga I know. But I'm just saying, how is it that these motherfuckers are three different races? They still have yet to give us an answer because they don't know. Let's continue with the music. Now, he says, okay, therefore, myself or anyone today who is a descendant of Shem's 5 sons cannot be anti-Semitic. As a Shemite, I am against any form of anti-Semitism, anti-Shemitism in America or worldwide. Racist scapegoating, as well as unfair tactics that hold communities of color responsible for societal problems must stop. It is our collective duty to create a society where everyone has the same three different built bed. Shut your ass up, B-Dick. Where was that? Response to societal problems must stop. It is our collective duty to create a society where everyone has the same opportunities, irrespective to their race, religion, ethnicity, or sex. Freedom of speech and freedom of expression should not be seen as an infringement, but unfortunately, based on what we have seen lately in the news, this is a sad reality in America. We definitely have more work to do to fix this. The Israelites are dedicated to collaborating with all groups to make it possible for people from all backgrounds to watch the documentary Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America, just as one might watch the 1977 Roots TV miniseries, which is shown annually every February, which is true, during Black History Month. Not only that, you got what? Not only Roots, you got Amistad, you got what else? 12 Years a Slave. You got whatever slave movie you can think of, they show. Now, where was that? The mass media relies on promoting exclusivity, stroking fear, and assigning blame to those that go against their narrative. Everyone should be free to approach their past without worrying that they will be singled out, vilified and bullied. I implore everyone to take the time to read my book, watch my movie documentaries, then fact check everything so that we all can have full understanding of the true history of Black people in the diaspora, which is now being told from a different perspective. Using the study of history, theology, geography, cartography, biology, craniology, odontography, I don't know how to say that. Hold on. Odontology. Where was that at? Odontology. Genetics, linguistics, archaeology, and anthropology, and more. I provide the evidence to substantiate that the information in my literary work is indeed factual. Hopefully, after all of this is done, we can begin to forge a nation founded on our complete history. I pray that we are able to continue to bring people together of all backgrounds to embrace historical events and facts that are detrimental to the progression of our society as a whole. Signed, Ronald Dalton Jr., CEO, Hebrews to Negroes Films. So this is what the owner operator, what was that, chief executive officer had to say about this whole debacle. And if he said he went through the ringer to get all this information, right? He went through all of the ologies that I just read off. He went through all the ologies. So if he did let's take his word for him doing that. Like I said, haven't read the books, haven't seen the documentary. So I can only take his word until I see it myself. And he said in there what I usually say, fact check, which is basically do your own research. So, with that being said, it's like he's telling you to read his literature, watch the movie, and then after you've done all of that, do your own research. Fact check me if you like. Look, I'm just saying this now. This has been basically put at a context. Like this whole thing when it comes to Kyrie and Ye, like by them knowing this shit, and this is the only reason why they got ousted by the Khazarians and the Ashkenazis and people at large who own shit, all these conglomerates, is because they're public figures with a voice that have millions and millions of followers. And if they change those people's minds, then the rest of the country's minds get changed. You know who are some of their top fans? Black people. Whose minds don't change in this country? Black people. Why is that? I thought this country was just, it was for everyone. Mm-mm. You have a job to do. This is the job. You go to work, you shut the fuck up, you do your job, you go home, you collect your check. I just saw this earlier from Dame Dash, this podcast. His depiction is this. He said, school, how long have I been on here? He said, school, hospitals, and jails all look the same. And then I started thinking. I was like, I haven't been in jail, so I don't know what that looks like, but I'm pretty sure it's like concrete and bricks. So, I said, so I've been in several hospitals before. It's usually white walls with like dim lighting and shit like that most of the time, like not fluorescent and not natural lighting. Is usually some sort of lighting. So okay, it was the same when I was in school. So yeah, I said he has something. He has something with that. So basically, what he was getting at was school within itself doesn't teach kids how to be themselves. Like, you have kids sitting, he was saying you have kids sitting at a desk for 8 hours out of the day, 12, if not 14 years out of their life. And they're sitting there to learn shit where most of the shit they can't use in life. So with that being said, it's like, yeah, and then you have the school to prison pipeline, which I see that all too often in my town, because you got all these like prominent football players and shit like that. That's the reason why I didn't play sports in school, because I didn't want to be so hyped up by my coaches and people around me and shit like, yeah, you can be in the NFL, Marcus. Like, you good. Like, I didn't want to hear that, because I get not depressed, but I get I get disgraced easily. I guess that's that's not the right word. I get disappointed. Sorry, I get disappointed easily. So if I don't get what I feel, if I don't get what people say I should get, or if I don't get what people think I should get, or if I don't get what I think I should get, I get disappointed. So it's like, I don't want to go through that. I don't want to go through playing sports for damn near half of my childhood, if not all of my childhood, finally getting to a high school level playing football, and there's no scouts looking for me as far as like college or whatever. Or if I'm in college and there's no scouts looking at me for the NFL, I would have got disappointed. And then what would have happened? Well, I would have probably found a job of some sort, would have worked for somebody like I am now, being disappointed about life because I'm not that millionaire that I dreamt of being at 15 years old. I'm now working for someone, making them millions. And that's also what Dame Dash was saying as well. Like he was saying school is a place where dreams are to be killed, like not to be fortified. Like, he was like, yeah, you got teachers that may give a fuck about certain students, but it's only the ones that's applying themselves. And it's only the ones who hold on, BD, I get to it. It's only the ones who actually give a fuck about the ones who are actually busting their ass in school. It's not them giving a fuck about the ones who may not really give a fuck about school. It may not them giving a helping hand on, well, you know, if you don't want to go to college, then maybe you should look at these options. Like, I got denied in my school because in the state of Maryland, there's a thing where it's called vocational school. Basically, you go off site of school to another school, which in my town within I think the next 10 years, if not 9, can't remember. I think it's the next 10 years or so. That the vocational school where you get to learn a trade is going to be an actual school of itself. So, you know, I don't know if it's going to have a football team or any of that, but I do know that within the next several years, the vocational school or the Votech school will be an actual high school. So, like I got denied going there. Like I wanted to go, and what I wanted to go for was cosmetology. I wanted to go as a barber because I was asking my I had 2 barbers growing up, so I was talking to both of them. I was like, so how much like in a day do you get paid like cutting hair? And they told me, they was like, look, he said, well, one of my barbers was like, well, you know, I work a part-time job on the side. He said, it's not that I don't make enough money doing this. He said, I just want to save a little bit or whatever. He was like, but he said, I make a decent living. I get to take care of my family, and you know what I'm saying? Like I get to basically talk shit all day with my clients and not get in trouble for it because I work for myself. And I looked at that, I was like, I want to work for myself too. They was like, look, if you interested in going to school to cut hair, and they gave me a whole list of places to go. They was like, you can either go here, or you can go here, or you can go here. And these are all the addresses and the numbers. Just hold on to this until you're ready to use it. And then from there, from there, you know, I got into a job with my brother. Started making good money there, but then I started looking at the politics of everything once I was privy enough to learn about certain things when you're on a job and shit. Started learning all the politics on shit. Ways that I couldn't speak at work. Like I'm a very vocal person. Like I like expressing myself. I don't like editing what I have to say. Like even on here, like I don't like really editing myself a lot. But I know with certain powers to be, you gotta fucking do it. So it's like I edit myself to a minimal amount. But as far as any of this, what I'm talking to y'all, it's from the heart. So just know that. But I'm just saying, like, Dame Dash is right. Like, if you want to be a millionaire and you don't want to work for anybody anymore, it's best if you get the fuck away from whatever your 9 to 5 is. Which I won't say is irresponsible that he said that, because some people do become millionaires while still having their job and then they quit their job. But it all depends on how you want to all depends on how you get to your goal or whatever. So BD says, I just got out prison September 21st. Enlightening experience. I know what they're doing in there right now. Most of them are having right about that, BD. All right. I've been on here too long, so I got a few more things to basically say. Let me wrap it up. So, what you're seeing in the society of what they're doing to Kyrie and Ye is they're publicly lynching them. They're basically showing people what you don't do. You don't speak out against these people. You don't say anything about these people. You don't whatever about with these people. You don't speak out unless we tell you to. This is what's happening. And since there are thousands upon thousands of people who go on these public forums such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, who basically are saying, look, nah, fuck all that. I stand with Ye and Kyrie. This is fucked up what they doing to them. Just know, powers to be, they mean it. And I mean it too. It's like, for years, we've been told most of the shit about us is untrue, other than slavery. Oh, yeah, you went through that. But as far as being this and being that, oh, you weren't that. And it's like, well, if we're going to be stuck trying to figure out who the fuck we are, but then we find out, oh, they actually lied to us. We were actually that. That's funny that they will lie to us. Then we're stuck with trying to argue these points and getting the same thing thrown at us years upon years, from other people saying it, and then another person saying the same thing of who's black or whatever. They did it to Louis Farrakhan. They did it to Professor Griff. They did it to, you name the person who went down this road. Nick Cannon, now Kyrie, now Ye. It's like, this happens every time. They're anti-Semitic, so they can't say that, apologize to us now, or get everything taken away from you. And Ye ain't backing down. Now, I said last week, when Kyrie made his apology or whatever, I said that he don't mean that shit. He don't mean that shit at all. He's just doing it because he likes playing the game of basketball. He doesn't want to stop unless he feels as though that he can. But as far as that, he just likes playing the game of basketball, and he doesn't want it taken away from him. So he said what he had to say so he can step back on the court, so he can keep playing ball, because that's his passion. He got hired to do his passion, and, it's hard that he has to have bosses to enable for him to do his passion, which is the game of basketball. Now, I didn't say any of this shit that I had written down here, but let me get into I think it's a few videos that I have, or yeah, just a few videos. So after all this shit going on, right, I came across this video right here where it's these people on a podcast, I believe, and then they go to a video that they were watching, and it starts going down like this laundry list of things of what they do when it comes to, I guess, when black people start to understand who they really are. So here's the video. It's 45 seconds long. Let's get into it.
Playing by manual. Wow. They got a whole manual.
They got a playbook against you Negroes.
Right.
Play it again.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist, or Nazi, or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
Playing by manual. Wow.
That's what that video and tell. It's not up for me to tell you guys you should believe this. Hey, do your own research, like I keep saying. Now, there was one man who I praised last week. Have I played this? I'll play this after what I'm about to say. So, um, this gentleman right here, Jay Will. Hold on, Jay Will.
Right.
So I praised Jay Will last week because he basically said everything that we were saying. Why isn't Amazon being ousted with this whole thing? Why is it still on their platform? Why aren't they talking to these people? Right? So, with that being said, here's Jay Will saying what he basically doubling down on what he said on the show that he was on. So, let's play.
Every day of my life, I approach it with a state of empathy, right? Regardless of what color, what creed, what race you are, I look at people as human beings. I think that's important. But life is always about taking a stand and holding principles. So I want to explain what I feel like.
Jesus Christ, this goddamn thing.
Regardless of what color, what creed, what race you are, I look at people as human beings. I think that's important. But life is always about taking a stand and holding principles. So I want to explain what I feel like my stance is as a Black male in this, okay, and conversations that I've had with my brothers and sisters in the Black community. And I want you guys to empathize with it and hear me on it. So when I hear what Kyrie Irving has to go through in order to be reinstated, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. And let me give you examples of how I feel like we don't have the same energy and hold other people who have dealt with racial tropes accountable. So when Sarah Silverman does blackface, or when Don Imus says nappy-headed hose, or when Howard Stern calls somebody the N-word in the skit, or when Brett Favre takes money from the state of Mississippi, we don't ask them to get sensitivity training. We don't ask them to donate $500,000. We don't ask them to meet with the Black National Caucus. They apologize. And then, you know what? The rest of the world moves on. But what I feel like is happening here, and that's how in the Black community, like we've been told that's how the process works, right? Think about that, Bert. That's how the process works. Oh, somebody does a blackface. It was a misunderstanding. We got it. Okay. Is that person really racist? Probably not. Was it ignorant? Probably so. Okay. We understand it. We move forward. We don't like it. We would love to hold them accountable. But society and having a lot of Black people in positions of power, we don't have the governability to do that. But what we feel like happens with Kyrie is even after an apology, it's not enough. We feel like there needs to be more. And a lot of people I've spoken to over the last couple of days talk about this thing. Older mentors of mine talk about buck breaking. And so we talk about tropes. This is what we feel like in the Black community that happened way back in the day, where if there was a slave that was defiant, right, he got broken in front of everybody in order to show that he was not in a position of power. At the end of the day, he had to do what he was told to do because that's what was mandated of him. And there's a bigger situation going on. What's happening with Kyrie Irving? If the Nets don't want him to be there, just say you don't want him to be there. But we hold everybody accountable, even owners of teams accountable with things that are happening in other countries, i.e. China and Uyghurs and the Muslim genocide that is occurring, that we hear Enes Kanter talk about. But we don't the same energy for everybody. We pick and choose what conversational we want to make more polarizing. And I might lose my job. I might lose deal opportunities in the future for speaking out about even the platforms that continue to promote and profit a movie that is considered anti-Semitic to billions of people. They don't have to be.
Jesus Christ, man.
With the state of empathy. 4 tribes, Kyrie Irving, platforms that continue to promote and profit a movie that is considered anti-Semitic to billions of people. They don't have to be accountable. Who is accountable? But we're going to put it on the shoulders of Kyrie Irving, who, even though he said, I cannot be anti-Semitic because if I know where I came from, stating that he's one of the 4 lost tribes. He's saying that blacks and Jews come from the same entity, the same thing. But we don't want to understand nuance. We want to be triggered by words. And we like things that are, going viral on social media, and everybody has some kind of hot take, and we're calling people idiots, and we're calling people names because that's what we do. We just destroy each other. I ain't gonna destroy each other, man. I'm not gonna do that. Is Kyrie Irving anti-Semitic? Hell no. Could he have gone about it maybe a different way? That's what I would have advised him. But I'm not gonna let you guys sit there and make this dude out to be like he is a villain, like he is a bad person. He is looking to explore his heritage. Now, you can crucify me if you want. I don't give a damn anymore. It's time for people to start speaking out with nuance and speaking out on the principles they stand for. That's all I'll say.
That was powerful. Because Jay Williams is basically saying, look, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't give a damn anymore. Like, this shit is getting weird right now that us as black people can't come out and speak about anything when we find out some information that has to deal with us. We're automatically ousted. You can't speak about that because blah 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 blah. And it's like, are you serious? It's like, are you fucking serious? So anyway, since the reason why that video was choppy is because my CPU was going through the ringer with that shit. So I got one more video. It is with a little bit of what Honorable Louis Farrakhan had to say on Thursday, and this is what he had to say regarding the whole thing that's going on with Kyrie Irving and Ye West. Here we go.
And playing ball the other day, and he missed every shot, almost. He can't play with his mind in that state. And when his brother, Kevin Durant, said, I don't like none of this, he's not saying he don't like the movie. He's not liking what you're doing to a man who wasn't doing nothing against you, but searching for greater knowledge. And you decided to break him. You decided to put fear into men like Charles Barkley and LeBron James and other black men who have become rich and powerful. You wanted to say, you were saying to them as you were lynching Kyrie, you all better get the point. You all better get the message. They don't want you rising up into that knowledge that will make you a real man and not a glorified punk. I'm saying to the ADL, sir, we know you. And we know that we know you, and you know that we know you. Don't talk to Kyrie by himself. He can go and look at the horror of the Holocaust. Why don't you come and look at the horror of what your parents have done to black people in America and throughout the world? Why don't you come and study and repent of your evil to us? Then maybe we can sit down and have a talk like civilized human beings. Ye is not a hater. Ye is a lover. Kyrie is the same. But he wants to stand on a principle. And you see him standing, how intelligent he is, and the media keeps running at him with, why don't you say you apologize for this anti-Semitism? You did the same thing to me. I've tried to have meetings with you. Let's dialogue about this. You don't want to dialogue with me. You want to dialogue with somebody that you know you can put down because of the power you have over them by giving them a contract and money that you can take from them if they say or do anything that you don't like. This is the day of judgment and justice. These men don't want to be against you. These men are grateful. You brought them out of college and high school and gave them a contract. You gave them a contract because you saw their talent.
Now, very powerful words. And I will say this. I said it earlier. It's not with the low-level Jews that people who are standing with Kyrie and Ye are against. It's the ones that's on top. It's the ones that Ye has been speaking about, and even Louis Farrakhan has spoken about years prior. It's those people that we're talking about that we have a problem with, that keep doing this to these people. And to be honest, if that shit keeps going, I'm gonna have a pallet of Mein Kampf at y'all's synagogues, and I'm going shoe shopping at y'all's museum. So y'all better chill the fuck out. All right? With that being said, that is the end of this show. Hope you guys loved it, because I did. And let me play my theme music. Whew, I had such a show today. All right. So I gotta start yelling. Everybody, if you could, please, pay attention to what I'm about to do here. Every Friday, if I can find it, every Friday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do a game stream called Marcus Speaks Play. You can catch me on Fridays at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. With that being said, also on Saturdays at the same time at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do this show, Marcus Speaks Live, my podcast. You can catch me on these times every day, but it's best that you look at my community page or my community tab now, and just in case if I change my mind, go to the community tab, see if I posted anything different than what I usually would, and you'll see if I'm, coming on a different time. So just check that out as well. Check all of my videos out on both channels. You can find those channels at Marcus Speaks and Marcus Speaks Play. Links are in the description box below. My flagship channel has everything on it. as far as games that I've played, past podcasts, past shows that I've done that I don't really do anymore, such as Marcus Speak Shorts. You can check those out. That's about it. Also, if you would ever like to come up here and talk to me, you can. Just by clicking that link that is in the live chat. No one wanted to come up today, which is fine. Which I did, and I am in the show, but still. You guys can check me out. You can hit the link if you would like. If you don't, that's fine. But if you do hit the link, there are 3 rules when you come up. 3 rules are: number 1, you must be on camera at all times. 2, if you don't want to be on camera in the public, that is fine as well. Just make sure you follow the rule. Rule number 1: if you come back here with your camera on, there will always be a question back here if you do or if you don't want to be on camera to the public, and I'll let you know. They'll make it a conversation back here. Just let me know with the name that's above your screen and your answer. Number 3 is please silence all background noise. I don't want to know what's going on in your personal life, or do I want to hear the nice motorcycle that's going past your house. I don't really care. I don't want at least a semi-professional show here, so I'd like it if you keep it as professional as I can, if I came onto your channel. And please, if you could, like this video, subscribe if you are new here, and share this video to your respective social medias, as well as you can share my channel onto your social medias as well. Let people know what's going on over here, that I got some good things going on, and stuff like that. So with that being said, please people, I know y'all guys like it, so please focus on getting that money, that guap, that moolah, however way that you can get to it. But be smart. Don't just make money and don't care about others. Just make sure you start get the money, but get thoughtful. Also, drink more water for health purposes. Mind your own business for sanity purposes. And like I've been saying all show, please do your own research. I've been your host, Marcus. This has been Marcus Speaks, and I thank you guys for watching. I'll check you guys out next week. Peace out.